What is good, y'all? So excited
Hey,
for today's
yeah,
guest. I I'm sure
happy to be
y'all know
here.
him better than me, but Jack, want to quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Jack Herrington. I run the Blue Collar Coder channel. We specialize in kind of high end front end topics. I would say more advanced type stuff. I have done some series on like TypeScript and React, but a lot of stuff on like micro front ends, module federation, things like that. It's been great, actually. Been a lot of fun. I
I
can't wait to talk to you about content creation
Yeah, I know it's a little
and
different from
psychology.
no, it's a bit different from the usual conversations that we have and that people are going to expect us to talk a bunch of tech. And I'm sure that we will, but honestly, I think
Sure.
like
Well,
what's really exciting about having you on is the opportunity to chat about what makes our experience as engineers so different. Like the world of content creation is both very similar and different from software. And I constantly am overwhelmed by the overlap and the differences. So to kick us off, I'd love
but
to
it's
hear
so
more
easy to
about,
get into.
yeah, it's,
Like, I think like we've talked a lot bit about this on React Roundup, like a bunch of times about what does it take to actually get into content creation. And all you really need to do, like, if you take notes as a developer, which is a good thing to do, right? If you're working through something, you're like, hey, I've never done Next middleware before. I'm just gonna keep like a markdown document as I go, or like a quiver, or whatever, some notepad if you want, right? But if you use Markdown and you have this list of, hey, here's all the things that I went through to go and put this together, you basically have an article, right? If you add a little bit of text in there, right, and maybe a screenshot or two, right, you have an article. You could just go and take that, put it on Dev 2, and now you're a content creator, right? That's all it takes. It's just great. You can then cross post to Medium, and away you go. And then you put like that on your resume, you put it on LinkedIn, and now you're like, how do I know this? Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, I know the person because like they did this article on Next.js middleware, and now I know how to do it. And wasn't that great? Right. And
absolutely.
then you can kind of start working your way up from that. I mean, hey, if you want to do a YouTube channel, cool. If you want to like buy crazy high end expensive cameras and lenses and blah, 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 and figure out how to talk on screen, great. That's your bag. But like, it's so much easier. You could just do the Dev 2 stuff. So anyway, yeah. So, okay.
I
How
have
did I
some,
get into this?
yeah, I
Or
was
how did I
just going
get?
to ask, how did you get into content creation? Give me 1 second kicking out my cat, and there's a bunch of sirens outside.
Oh, cool. Bye, cat. How did I get in content creation? So let's see. I've always written manuals for stuff that I've created. Like when I was first married, I thought, oh man, I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go right now, make $1 million, and we're gonna be whatever set, right? And so I wrote this app called Fret Navigator because I was into guitars, but I couldn't play, but I could understand the music theory. So I created this thing that would help you like figure out all the potential chords on a stringed instrument, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty cool, actually. Um, and I wrote a manual for it, which is pretty cool, which is great. And then I kind of just kept on writing because I was like, oh, okay, well, now I went and created this dialogue manager for Windows. Now I'm going to go and if people are going to use it, I need to go and create a manual for that. And then I started doing like brown bags and things, started getting in public speaking. Took a course at Stanford actually, and took an extension course, I think on Coursera, which is quite good. Like they actually like you submit videos and people tell you like, oh, you need to speak up, don't slur your words so much, blah, blah, blah. So great feedback. But I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed actually like getting out there, kind of getting out of my comfort zone, actually being um more in person, I'm a little bit more shy, I guess. I don't talk much. But when I'm on camera and I'm out in front of people, I tend to talk a lot. So I enjoy it. And then why did I get into YouTube? Actually, I got into YouTube because there was a day I wanted to learn about JOTs. So JSON Web Tokens. Do you call them JOTs?
I
Just
think
out of
that's the official
curiosity.
pronunciation. I saw this
Is that even?
recently, but I'm
It's
going to
the
go
weirdest
with
thing. It's like what? It's a DeWitt.
some of
It's
the
like what?
smartest people can be wrong. And I think like the person who invented the GIF, this is a similar case there.
Does he say? Did they
He
say
said
GIF
GIF. I
or
believe he
GIF?
passed away. Godspeed to him.
Well played. Okay, so yeah, what were we talking about? We're talking about
Specifically, the like process of you started writing software and then
oh,
started
right,
writing
right,
about
right,
the
right. Oh
software. It
yeah, yeah,
seems.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So the YouTube thing, right? Why'd I do the YouTube thing? Well, so I was trying to look for jots, right? So and I found a YouTube video, but the YouTube video swear to God, it was 4 hours long. It's like, what is going? Why can't take 4 hours to explain what a jot is? So I started watching it, and it was like an hour and a half before the person actually got to like npm installing the jot library, and it was like literally 5 minutes of using this thing. It was not all a live stream. And then I was like, oh come on, there's got to be a better condensation of this knowledge. So that's when I was like, I can make a 5 minute video that explains this kind of stuff. And so I started getting into making these short form videos and really trying to like optimize people's time. And I think I actually went too far in the beginning of like speaking really fast, and people were like, I have to slow your videos down. You're talking too fast. And so I'm trying to hit a happy medium, but I'm also doing bigger topics. Like I just did like Astro versus Next.js, and it just takes, it takes like 30 minutes to kind of set up like the whole comparison and make sure that it's fair and, cover all my bases and but get all the knowledge out there and all that. So, you know, trying to find that balance.
Absolutely. It seems like you've struck it pretty hard though. Like everybody in my community like references your videos as like the thing to go learn. Like somebody in chat just said, "Welcome Jack. Your
That's great.
Zustin video is awesome. Thank you." I
Oh, well,
I
yeah, I like
like
that one.
it's but I think that shows like that you've achieved your goal here specifically. And I do really love that. I feel like most creators, when they start, don't get into it for, I hate to say it this way, but the right reasons. Like you started making videos because
Mm,
you had a problem you were hoping videos would solve and they didn't.
yeah,
You watched the video, it didn't do what you expected. So you made a video that did. It's just like engineering. You're looking for a package that solves a problem, one doesn't exist. So you make that solution.
exactly. Yeah, people deserve like a video that like isn't 4 hours to explain jots. Is more like 5 minutes. Like I have 5 minutes at lunch. I need to learn what jots are. Weird thing is, I've never actually made that video. Never actually made the jot video. I made like the Zustin video, which people like. The TRPC video, people like that one. I mean, that's oftentimes too. These things are like covalent, whatever. I don't know, whatever. Where like Zustin is clearly on the rise. Like people are looking for an escape hatch out of Redux, and so boom, the video does well, right? Zustan, I should say Zustan.
Yeah, I will never pronounce
Uh,
it right.
I keep getting pinged. I'll get pinged on this video about it. Zustan.
I'm sure we will.
Um, I'm sure Daishi Kato has no like, or maybe he does know how to pronounce it.
I
Um,
I would be I would not be surprised either way, but
yeah.
the quality of his work stands for itself. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's funny too. We were comparing homepages, like tech homepages just recently. And I'm like, you can't beat this one. And I put up the Zustand, like Zerg, whatever, Surge, SH1 with the
Mhm.
bear and the parallax and stuff. And it's like, come on. It makes no sense. You can't copy and paste the code, but oh my God, it's such a cool, like just a cool homepage. I love it.
Absolutely. And I think my favorite thing about it is how it emphasizes the simplicity of the library by saying, just go to the README to learn about it. Everything you need is there. Like it
Right.
really emphasized that for me. And I dug that about
Yeah.
it.
And that's Daishi's approach. I mean, it's so practical, so just, boom, here's what it is. I just love it. I love all his work. In particular, I want to spend more time with Jotai,
Yes.
actually. I
I
really do. I want to get into atomic state management because to me that is the way it should be. It's like I think about state as like Excel, like an Excel sheet, and how just flawlessly they work, right? We scheduled my wife's chemo on Excel, and it worked. I could say like, okay, 30 minutes before we go, we got to leave, and it was all and we all dug it, and it worked great. And everything like you could change the times, and then everything would change. It was really cool.
yeah.
And so atoms should work like state in our web app should work the same way, and they do in that item sense. It's like I've got a list of items in my cart. I can have an atom that derives from that, which is like the grand total or whatever, and or the blah 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 blah. And then if I change that first atom, it cascades automatically. Ta-da!
I,
Ah!
there's
So, but
one of my
I
favorite
want to
tech
figure out the
talks.
patterns. Like, what's a good pattern to use to model your atoms? It's a great granularity.
Yeah. Did you ever see the Rich Harris talk? I can't remember which of the two it was. He has one that's computer build me an app, and another that's more like the history of web dev stuff. One of those two, Oh, it's the reactivity one, Rethinking Reactivity by Rich Harris.
Oh,
One of my
okay.
favorite talks ever. The opening, like the first 10 minutes of the talk, he's just discussing spreadsheets and then
Yes.
flips it into React and
Yes.
like web dev.
We solved this problem,
Yep.
right? Lotus.
Yep.
One, two, three, whatever. It's solved.
It was
You just
so
need to
cool
get
having
it
him like rub that in
into
your face.
our systems.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was so cool. Like I didn't think of it that way before, and that like I credit that video for in that like tech talk for helping me rethink reactivity and learn what it actually means for a value to be reactive, because React isn't reactive. React is a phenomenal framework
No,
that does lots of great things, but it's not reactive by design.
not okay. It wasn't, I would say, up until hooks. And then hooks adds reactivity, but it's got the dependency arrays and those confuse people. And then so we don't exploit it as much as we could. Once you really get into hooks and understand the dependency arrays, and like, I mean, you can have it so that, like, you change this piece of state, and then this use effect or this use memo cascades and fires and all sorts of stuff. It's just not as clear. Like Jotai is very clear, right? And also, I think Svelte has some reactivity as well with that odd kind of dollar colon syntax.
I know that Ryan's here, and it would be unfair to not call out Solid for being
Yes,
like one of
well,
the most
yeah,
reactive frameworks by design as well.
yeah. Ryan basically fixed having dependency arrays. Like,
Yeah, it's such an
yeah.
interesting solution, and I've been playing a lot more Solid recently and had a ton of fun with it.
Oh, it's a great framework.
It's so cool. I think
Yeah.
React's reactivity model is strange both because of the like need to architect it yourself, but also the need to be considerate of life cycles and the side effects inherent to them. Like when I have a use effect in my component and it calls a set state, that's going to rerun the whole component, even if that set state's affecting something else. And those behaviors, I don't know if reactivity is the right word for that, because it's like it is reacting in the sense that by re-rendering, it's forcing any dependencies to get hit and checked, but it's not reactive in
Yeah.
the sense that that specific change is what's triggering it beyond the re-render doing the
No.
check.
Yeah. That's exactly. Yes. It's not right. React isn't looking at that dependency array and then saying, "Oh, this is like my selector
Yeah.
list."
It's not
And
binding
so
via that list. It's
it's not,
checking on a
It's
diff.
not binding that, right? It's basically just rerunning everything, doing a triple equals check on each item in that array, and then if one's false, then boom, you're done. Which is nice. It's very simple. And I see why they did it, right? Why they did it was because we had classes, right? And then we had functional components, and then we wanted to add state to functional components. And the way that state is done in classes is they have this.state, and all the values inside of this.state are primitives or whatever they are. They're not, they aren't actually observables, right? So if you want to go and convert that to functional components, right? If you want to add state to functional components, then you can't do like two big changes. You got to do one big change. So like the big change is adding hooks. You don't want to then change use state so that instead of returning primitive values or whatever they are, native values like objects or arrays or numbers, whatever, it would return observables, because then you'd be just like you'd be changing everything, and people would just be like, ah, no. I mean, they thought hooks are bad enough as it was, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
I have to do one quick call out because I noticed we have almost 300 people watching on YouTube and only 100
Holy
likes on
moly.
the YouTube live. So everybody on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button just so others can continue seeing this as well. Really appreciate all
Hey,
you guys
everybody.
for being here. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
big time.
plus the 500 on Twitch right now. So we're about to break 1,000.
Can I live ask Ryan a question?
Yeah,
I
of
was
course.
playing around with Solid Start, and hey, Ryan, I was playing around with Solid Start, and I noticed that like if I had a component that didn't have any dynamic content to it, like it had no reactivity, it had nothing on the client side. It was actually excluded from the output, which basically means that by default you have an islands architecture in Solid Start. So I guess long question short, is Solid Start by default an islands architecture? We can wait. Eventually we'll get a
I am
response.
so excited for the answer to that question. This is the stuff I live for.
Anyway.
I also owe Ryan an appearance on here, like hardcore. So we'll be getting him on
please.
ASAP.
He's great. Yeah,
He's so good.
he's
I've been
awesome, man.
honestly waiting for the solid start like launch to be coming up so we can have him on to go really in depth on that because I'm so hyped on the patterns. Interesting.
Yes.
We got the
Well,
Ryan reply.
that's like bigger question B, which is like, when the heck do we get solid start? Please, some real soon now. Like hey, I liked another one of your questions too. By the way, behind the
Yeah.
scenes, we have like a list of like topics.
Yeah, we did just get Ryan's reply in chat, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, he said, no, it's not. I don't know how that happened. There's a mode to do that, but it shouldn't be the default.
Oh, don't let it be a bug. Let it be the
Oh,
default. Let it. Oh. Okay. Anyway, I was impressed. So Ryan,
I'll
I
say
really was.
I've experimented with enough of those like full stack framework technology. Specifically, like I was in Astro really early. I ported my site to Astro
Mm,
like over a year ago, I think now, which is hilarious to think in retrospect. It was so early at the time. It was way before they had announced SSR. I
mm,
found that like specifically when they moved over to SSR, it worked in like the simple demo use cases, but as soon as I like pushed at all, it would break in hilarious ways. And about 6 months later, it was perfect. Like
yeah.
exactly what I expected and more. And it's rough and it takes that like window of doing things, breaking things, and redoing things. I think SvelteKit's going through this right now where they just put
Mhm.
up two new, I think like the community posts or whatever on GitHub, where Rich just writes along like 5 to 10 paragraphs on why a specific like API that everyone's bought into really hard is terrible, and he's sorry, but they're going to have to fully deprecate, and everyone's going to have to rewrite their SvelteKit app again. And we already went through this with Sapper with Sol or with Svelte, but I think
Oh,
that
yeah, that's true.
the willingness to do that is incredible because of what it will enable long term. And by not putting the major 1.0 on it, you're enabling yourself to have that moment to make those changes. And you are burning a little bit of trust with that core group, like the early adopters. But if you can maintain that relationship through those hard parts, you can make a much stronger solution. And I feel like if Next.js had the same approach, we wouldn't be stuck with get server side props.
Okay, fair. I mean, I'm just comparing this to the whole like Angular 1.5.2 thing, when they just completely hosed over their community, right? And that's opened the door basically for React. And it's like, so what are they doing differently? And maybe it's like the changes are smaller and they're working, there's more outreach with the community saying this is why, we're doing this. Not that I was a huge, like, I didn't know the whole in-depth thing about the Angular stuff, and I was I used it, and I wasn't part of the community really, and maybe they had great community outreach, but it definitely sounds like Svelte's doing the right thing when it comes to, you know, reaching out and making sure that people understand why those changes are happening. I mean, and I know they're probably also only deprecating stuff, so it's like it'll still work, but you get a
No,
warning,
it's a
and
full like
then
they're
oh,
deleting
it's for
one
it.
of the APIs and
It's
replacing it.
bye,
Yeah,
goodbye,
hard goodbye.
goodbye.
However, people in chat are correcting me, which shows that they have done a fantastic job of building these relationships. I've had corrections on both Twitch and YouTube chat of they wrote really good migration scripts and code mods to help you move over,
Hmm.
which is super cool to hear.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like these are the loyalty things you do is like you recognize the things wrong and you go out of your way to help the community as you do things correctly. Yeah. I also that so many people are commenting on the video quality. A few people, as I expected, are saying like you look better than me on my show, which is hilarious. But yeah, quick shout out to Ping. Ping.gg makes it possible to have this insanely high quality. It's built on the T3 stack, which I'm sure we'll be touching a bit on. I would love to hear a bit more about how you found.
Shout out to Sony Alpha cameras, by the way.
Yeah, I need to upgrade off my $300 Panasonic already. I've gotten away with it for so long, but now that I'm next to you, you can tell that. Yeah.
35 millimeter lens, man.
Yeah.
Works.
So
Works
before I
great.
forget, it sounded like you had a question that you wanted to bring up from the Notion. Was there something in particular you wanted to jump on?
Oh, right. So how do you end up in web dev specifically? I thought that
Yeah.
was a cool one because it's like it's interesting. There's that like whole vein of thinking out there that like, oh, TypeScript doesn't belong in the browser or in web development, which is wrong. Does because it's not like a because web development is somehow deficient or amateurish or do you get that vibe sometimes? It's like, oh, that's not real programming, right?
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
I fell for
So,
that for a long time. I was a Python and then Ruby and then Elixir dev, and I was like shipping Elixir at Twitch for a bit over a year. Hated on the front
wow.
end. Specifically, we were running Ember at the time. A new team came in that came from an acquisition. They refused to work in Ember and insisted on rewriting the site. And I loved that energy so much that I started paying attention to them because they made a new demo version of the site in React and TypeScript, and it was 100 times faster.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I'll
Okay.
take a look at this. Eventually, actually had to move to a Golang team, and I just could not get into Golang.
Uh,
And quickly ended up, my manager said, go try this front end thing. Like, you might like it, you might be surprised. And that's how I ended up falling in love with React. And this was a few weeks before hooks were announced, too, which was very convenient for my
yeah.
functional programming brain.
What really works for me isn't just like the challenges of it. Like I think it honestly is a bit more challenging. I mean, than backend. Sorry, whatever. I think like the event oriented nature of it and the fact that it's persistent and all of that is more complex. But it's also the iterative nature of working with our customers, like working with the person who's actually going to use it. And that's just a really virtuous feedback cycle. It's like, hey, let's try this out. Let's try that out. And you can read books like Edward Tufte's stuff on visualization and get, interesting ideas about how to present data. And actually, you know what? It starts to like bridge into the world of communications, right? Because a web app or any kind of UX UI is how you communicate with the customer, right? And it's a dialogue. And I just love that. I love that part of it. I am a full stack dev, I guess. I mean, right now I'm doing Next.js, SSR to gRPC, and getting me
Yeah.
started on gRPC.
Yeah. I
Ooh.
it's very good for inter-server comms. I have a full stack video coming out soon. I think it's literally going to be titled as Full Stack Real, and I am really hyped on this
Ah,
because
yeah.
like a lot of what we talked about in it was specifically these ideas of what is each role. And I think front end, it's your role to like build the layer and communication between your backend and your designer or user. So if you have a designer, then you're probably mostly bridging the gap between design and server. If you have no designer or you're working closely with them to get straight to the user, that makes sense too. But it's like a spectrum where on one side is like infra and on the other side is a user. Where do you fit in that spectrum, and how wide do you go on each side? And when I
Yeah.
saw the opportunity in front end to both do the hard types of problems I loved from back end, like one of my first tasks at Twitch when I moved to front end was porting from Webpack 2 to 4 when I didn't know anything
Mm.
about JavaScript yet, which was a super
Nothing about
fun.
any of this.
Yeah, it was such a
Here's
great way to
a
get my
whatever.
feet wet though,
Here's
because it was like
Yeah.
I had to
How
learn.
bad was the configuration file?
Oh, it was like 600 lines of ejected create React app.
Ooh.
Yep, bad
And you
times.
don't know what's important and what's not.
Yep, and I got it
Mhm.
working. It
And now I
took,
can see why you did a video on, like, why you hate Create React App and
yeah,
never use
I shouldn't have made the video an hour and a half long, but it took an hour and a half for me to get that all out of my
it.
system. Like there was a lot I had to say there, and I'm happy it exists. Yeah, please use Vite or
Here's the
Next or
truncated version.
Remix.
Just don't use it.
Yeah, like it exists for like legacy support reasons, and the maintainers are working incredibly hard to
Yeah.
help the people who are stuck on Create React App not destroy their code bases in the process. Like they're working incredibly hard on making awesome changes. Like one of the issues that broke my heart in the Create React App repo was in a major version, they stopped polyfilling node modules, and all the Web3 people showed up to complain that the crypto module wasn't working in the browser anymore. And that was Create React
Mm.
App's fault for not polyfilling nodes crypto into the browser. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I will say Create React App has the best DX. I mean, I would say Next has probably the second best DX. Astro's DX is not that great. I
Yeah.
mean, ideally, when things fall over, your result should not be a white screen.
Have you played with the
It should
Vite
be
template?
slightly more for that format. What's it?
The Vite template. Have you played with that at all?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, oh yeah, that's true. That is, yeah, that's good too.
I think the
Okay, you're
Vite is the true successor to Create React App in terms of like the Vite React TypeScript template pre-configures all of the weird like dev X stuff that you would otherwise be worrying about, and you can get started really fast, and you don't have the giant
yeah,
Webpack hidden behind the scenes that you have to worry about at some point. Like the
yeah,
first time you
that's true.
import an SVG and then you bundle it, and then next or it fails to deploy on Vercel because it's expecting the file in a specific format. Like those types of weird things, I find Vite has more straightforward solutions to because there's less to work around.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like the
Cool.
same argument I have against the data, like the GraphQL database solutions, where, yeah, Create React App makes the initial getting started marginally easier. Something like Fauna makes the first database call slightly easier. But once you run into the hard problems, like why is my bundle splitting incorrectly? Why is this thing being included when I'm not using it? If you have more from the start, it's way harder to trim to like fix the problem from there.
Right. So multi-table joins are bad in Fauna.
Oh, Fauna.
Oh, Fauna.
I just am very scared of not owning my database. And when we're in an era where SQL has gotten as easy as it is to build, deploy, and scale, and solutions like Prisma have made it so easy to work with, even if you don't know like SQL yet. Like as I mentioned before, I went from backend to front end because I fell in love with React and TypeScript. I went back to backend because of Next.js, Vercel, and Prisma. I almost joke that specifically like Next.js and how it is a backend framework tricked me into becoming full stack. And things like Prisma really helped me go further with that.
Yeah. It does trick you. And I think actually that's actually why I did that Astro. One of the reasons I did that Astro versus Next.js video is to try and continuously like hammer into folks that like SSR on Next.js does not mean that what you're putting out to the client is static, right? It's not done, right? It's half done. The initial tags are rendered and all that, but the app still runs on the client. The whole freaking enchilada still runs on the client. And then you got to hydrate and get all that stuff. And people just like, but wait, SSR handled all that. No, SSR didn't handle all that. Like it's a live app out on the client. And so if it's a big ass app on the server, it's gonna be a big ass app on the client. And if you have a small phone or something like that, then it's gonna overwhelm it. Not over, you know what I mean? It's gonna not be performant.
This is the first time I can say, like, it feels like your audience is more senior than mine if they're running into those problems. Mine run into the other side of, hey, I'm getting started with Next. Why can't I reference window in my body? And it's like the opposite side of, because the code runs on both sides, you have to be considerate of the problems on both sides. Like the server isn't a browser environment, and the browser has like bundle size requirements and needs that you have to be considerate of too. My next video is actually going to be making your Next.js app smaller. I wanted to like go in depth on the tools to help with that. It's nothing you don't already know about. It's mostly just showing how bundle analyzer works and dynamic imports. But I think that'll be very helpful for a lot of people.
Yeah, big time. I mean, I guess that previous question could be rephrased as like, I just imported a graph library. Boom.
Yeah.
It's always the graph library. It's like straight to window, man. Of course I'm running on the client. Duh.
Somebody in my Discord found a fun one when they used Bundle Analyzer because their next app at work was way too big. They were importing an AWS thing for get server-side props and then using the type from it in the component, so it couldn't compile out the way that Next's magic compiler does. So the whole AWS SDK, like megabytes of JavaScript, was being included in every single request to their site for like months.
That's not good.
That's what inspired me to make the video, honestly.
Amazon does some hinky stuff. Like they're like, I had a bear of a time trying to get the Firebase code into a monorepo because it really wants to be in its own single repo, wants to control everything, and it's very opinionated. And if you're like, hey, I just want to share the types between what I'm storing in Firebase and what I'm actually expecting on the client, little things like that, right?
The things you run into when you actually use the product. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of Firebase is Google doesn't use it. I talked to a lot of Google engineers and they're all excited to talk about the crazy internal tools that'll never ship to end users, but they use to build their stuff internally. Keep hearing about the spanner thing. I think there's something public about it now, but there's some really crazy database tech they're obsessed with internally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Google gotta keep hydrated, right? This is like literally on the Notion document, by the way.
Yes. I specify bring water. Very important.
Bring water. Always. Yes. Oh, you got the thermoflask. Look at you. Nice.
It keeps cool for the long streams. Very important. Especially now that these guys have me going like my last stream, I tried to go for, the plan was to go for 3 hours and they kept gifting subs on me. So I couldn't go offline. I ended up going for like almost 6.
I woke up this morning and some guy had gifted me 20 coffees
Oh, damn.
on Buy Me a Coffee. I was
That's
like,
really cool.
dang, really?
Good stuff.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know?
One thing I'll say,
Uh,
like, since I have
That's
so
like
many
that's
friends,
$100. Like,
yeah,
whoa, okay,
my I was
cool.
gifted about 1,000 subs last stream, and each subscription is $5, which
What
was
does
just
that?
insane.
Whoa,
Yeah,
okay,
I made
that's a bit different.
more in my last stream than I made in my last month and a half, maybe 2 months on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah, the support's unreal, and I love everyone in the community for that. That was one of the
yeah.
craziest streams I've ever had.
Let me just get super real for a second. Like
Yeah, let's do it.
we've been hanging out talking, for a couple weeks, and it's been awesome. And I mean, at the same time as that, in my real life, my wife is going battling with cancer and doing really well. It's great. But it is obviously that's my primary thing that I'm focused on. And then there's work. And then and YouTube is coming in at third, which is why like the cadence of YouTube videos and everything is slowed down. But we're starting to get out of cancer phase, thankfully. It's an acute cancer, which is pretty amazing. It's a very short but very intense.
Very good to hear.
Yeah, and so now I'm actually thinking about like, okay, cool. I can actually like start to re-engage with the channel a little bit. So if anybody has any ideas, like I just saw in the comment stream about like Jack should do a Twitch channel. I'm like, okay, yeah. I mean, hey, this is cool. So if this works for you guys, I'm in. I mean, again, my motivation, I would say in all of this stuff is like, it's not money. It's like it's just I want to share expertise and make it positive. Honestly, like I think that that's another thing too is like have a positive vibe. Because I think that's kind of lacking out there. I've definitely seen a lot of like negativity in the tech space. Just make sure that
Oh,
everybody's, hey
I
man, it's all good, positive.
yeah, I
So if you have any ideas,
yeah,
anyway, that's what I'm saying.
obviously very,
Comment
very
stream, please
down. The Twitch
tweet away.
stream,
Right.
more than happy to help however we can. Like, I'll hop on as a guest. We'll raid the hell out of you. We'll make that one of the biggest streams on
Aw,
Twitch in no time. I would be so hyped to help out with that however we can.
awesome.
Yeah, I immediately see in chat everybody saying, please do it. So, yeah, I think
Okay.
that, and the big thing for Twitch and like succeeding on these platforms is less like, do you know how to do it? It's much more, are you able to, like, how many takes does it take for you to be content with something you recorded? And
Yeah.
Twitch is both like, you need to be better at that and also makes you so much better as you go. Like I self-monitor whenever I'm streaming, whenever I'm really at my computer, honestly, just
Mhm.
blaring my own voice back, and it makes me a way, way, way better speaker. And
Oh, you mean like self monitor, like
yes,
as in
I am
like
listening to
audio
myself
monitor?
blasting very loudly. And by doing that, I have become a so much better speaker. To your point of like bringing some kindness, I've become nicer and more considerate with my approach because I'm hearing every word and I hear myself being an asshole and I rethink the way I'm saying things. And that combined with chat there to correct me and push me back or push back on things that aren't quite where they should be is so valuable. I
Yeah.
also just saw on YouTube chat somebody threw 20 euros and mentioned that they're really sorry to hear about your wife and are pumped to hear that she's doing well and wanted to share that or say that their thoughts are with you. I'll be sure
Oh, thank
any
you.
super chats that come through on
Oh,
YouTube are either going to you or if you're not cool with that, to a charity of your choice.
cool. Thank you.
Least I can do. Absolute least I can do. I'm
Yeah.
pumped to have you on here. And I'm making my money on this stream from the sponsored show after, so don't worry about it. Like anything I can do to help
Oh,
support you, the
there's an
family,
after
and
show.
yeah, I
I used to do that actually. I used to like when I used to stream a lot. Like I would release on Monday and then I would stream on Friday, and it was like had a great cadence of that. And then for some reason I just kind of lost it. And then like on the Friday one, I would hang out in Discord after and just chat with folks. That was pretty great.
yeah, I do.
It's like
I absolutely love that. It's not necessarily an after show so much as I stream one day a week, so I do all of the things I want to during that one stream, and then just send that to the editors and they chop it up for the next few days.
yeah, I should probably get an editor. So okay, a question for you,
Mhm.
technical question. So when you send like how like I record to an Atomos Ninja 5. Just the head,
Mhm.
the the whole thing. And then there's also like the screen recording from ScreenFlow. I mean, like boy. An hour worth of video would be easily 100 gigs, you know? And I mean, what do I just like? Do you have a similar sort of problem? Like, what do you hand off to the editor? Like,
I
it's huge.
I am deep in
Take me
building a
hours to
solution
upload.
to this. I
Oh,
have this
okay.
problem so hard that I am building my own solutions. I First off, like the key piece that helps the most is OBS is a recording tool. So I
Yes.
am streaming right now. I am recording the what's it called on Twitch. The VOD will exist, and that's high enough quality that I can rip straight from there or restream. But for
Hmm.
my camera feed, I am doing a separate source record locally with GPU acceleration off of my 3080, which is currently blasting.
Oh, man,
I
nice,
fully
nice GPU.
utilize the second highest end NVIDIA GPU for my streams because I need to encode the video out. I actually, it's not as bad now because I'm not doing the noise canceling on the GPU anymore, but I am also using it for the local recording of my camera. So I have the source camera feed and the VOD stamp, both with the exact same start time. So it's super easy to synchronize the two, and both have my voice recorded within them. So it's pretty easy to finagle from there. I also mark things during the stream. So I haven't done it as well during the
Mm.
interviews, and I should get better about that. But as soon as the
That's
interview's
basically
over,
editor marks like, "Hey,
yep,
that last
exactly.
part, get rid of it."
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my
I
god.
What I'll do is I have a marker button on my stream deck. So when I hit that, it makes a mark on the Twitch VOD. I'll then say something quick like, "Hey, Adez, cut that thing out. That was irrelevant. Sorry that this edit's gonna suck." And then I click it again and go. And he looks at the markers, listens to what I say, and uses it from there. But it's like so many parts for the workflow where I have to record locally. I have to remember to upload that piece to Google Drive after. He has to download that. He has to download the VOD from Restream. He has to synchronize those in his editor. He has to open up Twitch in a different tab, look at the timestamps there, try to map them to his editor, figure out what's going on in them. It's chaos. And there is no
Yeah,
reason why I
ouch.
couldn't build an OBS plugin that does 95% of this. So I'm
Yeah.
deep in that process right now.
Automation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like a lot of how I build, and it's similar to how we run our channels. We're solving problems we have and we see and that we can't get out of our heads. Like I made Ping because I saw shows that had guests on, and I had my own show that I had guests on, and the quality sucked and the integration sucked. Do you know how I
Yeah,
added
yeah, yeah,
you?
yeah. I know this feel I know as well. I will be using Ping, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Plug
super
to
hyped to
you.
hear.
I will be using Ping. In fact, actually, yeah, for the React Roundup, we use Riverside. So is that a competitor?
Yes and no, in the same way that like Squarespace and Vercel are competitors, I would say.
Oh,
Like,
oh, interesting.
yeah, I would say it's even more so the case for something like StreamYard, if you're familiar
Also
with
might be.
them. They're very much the
Okay.
Squarespace of the space. We're trying to lean into the Unix approach where there are pieces that you assemble as a creator because we know you can do that. The best creators are using the best tools, things like OBS. We're the only
Yeah,
streaming
I use
solution.
OBS.
Yeah, we're the only of the major like call solutions for like high quality video like calls that lets you integrate directly into OBS. For me to add you into
What?
OBS,
Really?
I click a little button in Ping, I
I mean,
copy.
literally like the gold standard. I don't know any
No one else
like
supports it.
my daughter streams, she's on OBS. It was like it wasn't even a like there's no question.
We
Like,
support
what are you gonna be
OBS. We
on? You're
have
gonna be on
screen
now.
capture. That's the
Yeah.
thing. It's like they think they support it through
Oh,
screen
okay.
cap, which isn't support for OBS. What I do for
No.
Ping is you can have a browser source in OBS, which lets you make like a mini browser window in OBS directly with a transparent background, and you
Oh,
copy
nice.
a URL. Or each user in Ping has a URL unique to them, and you could copy that, paste it in OBS, and now I have you embedded in my OBS directly with your audio, with your high quality video, my own metering for you directly. It is trivial for me to update that URL and have my new guest in. I even have it set up with a reference scene in OBS. So when I switch between my different scenes, so I switch to my screen capture to here, it has you in that box already ready to go.
Oh man, that is sweet.
Yeah. And I can do that
Nice.
with 2 clicks now. That was the goal of Ping. We made it way easier than anything before to do a collaborative show like this.
See, this is the kind of stuff I really want to re-engage with. Like, well, and that, and also like, man, there's some really cool. Like people have been coming at me like, "Hey, GraphQL Yoga 2 is out. Have you checked it out?" I'm like, "Oh, okay. Wow, that's another cool thing I gotta check out." My list of topics is just like, just continuing on and on and on. And then like there's some more generalized topics that I want to talk about as well, like um, some things that junior engineers can do to kind of get themselves up that level up to like senior and principal and architect and what companies are looking for and that kind of stuff. So more generalized content. Yeah, just so many things to talk about, but that's the thing. Like you mentioned, how many takes does it take to get to the gummy center and get the right take, kind of thing. For me, it used to be one, and then just think past couple videos, I would, well, 10 or so videos would have been like 2 takes at the very least. Because it's just, you gotta like, you gotta go through the flow once and go like, "Oh, that was kinda janky, it doesn't really make sense if I go from here to there." And I'm always trying to basically, yeah, we talked about this
Mhm.
earlier. I'm always trying to get to where I'm basically showing in the video how I did it. How the process of like, okay, so first you install that, and then you add on this, and then you add on that. And I mean, basically the kind of thing that we talked about early on in this, which is like, hey, you want to go and become a content creator. What are the steps that you did to add Next.js middleware or whatever it is, or have a video extension in OBS through transparent web frame, all that kind of stuff, and this let people follow those steps, and then hopefully my hope really is that your average developer will kind of, or your starting developer will sort of look at this and go, okay, so I'm watching this person sort of go through the steps here, and they're running into walls. And I am starting to leave in like, oh, look, I got an error. How am I going to figure out what that error means? As opposed to like, oh, I've seen this error before because I've like, this is the third take on this. Right. But like actually stepping through it and going like, okay, well, let's parse out the error. Let's add some more, consoles. Let's try and tweak the behavior a little bit and see if I can get to work, kind of thing. Because I see so many folks out there, like the first thing they do when they run into a wall is like, bang, you know, go to Stack Overflow, go to, my Discord server or whatever, it's like you're robbing yourself of an opportunity at that point to really learn how to debug, to just like, hey, something blew up. That's actually that's when programming gets at its most fun. Really, if you have the time, like if you're not like under the gun, like you're not like, oh my God, we got to get this bug fixed in like 20 minutes or like 2 minutes. So I get it out the door. If you have the time, it's like a Sherlock Holmes thing. It's like, "Oh, wow, it could be this, could be that. I'm gonna tweak some behavior over here and see how it changes, the behavior and try and figure it out." It's great, Do that,
I
right? And that's how you learn that program.
I
I
couldn't
don't know.
agree
That's
more.
how I learn program.
I take the exact same mindset from skateboarding specifically. Like you can watch a quick tutorial on how to do a kickflip, but it's very different from
Oh,
going
heck,
outside and
yeah.
doing a kickflip. And I can't imagine after every bail pulling out my phone and watching the video again. That just sounds funny to me. Like you got to hit the ground a few times, just expect it, be excited about it, and get back up and try again and think through what might have went wrong. Think through the little and really like look at the board. Or even funny things like I used to do as a kid is I got into filming so I could record myself to figure out what I was doing wrong for more complex skate tricks. And from that,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
building my own debugging processes on my skateboard, and taking that
Yes.
mindset to programming is a huge part of why I've been successful here.
And that's the thing. What you built was not a kickflip. What you built was Theo's kickflip,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
And, like how I debug is not exactly how everybody else debugs. I actually, people are gonna, give me a lot of grief about this, I'm sure. I hit up console log a lot. Like I rarely actually like do trace level debugging, stepping through code. I think that's actually like I haven't really done that more since like I was doing more Java, C++ type stuff. It's just like I just console log, it's just there, right? It's so easy. But like that's how I debug. And then other people get on me. They're like, "Oh man, you should debug it." Blah blah blah. Well, that's how you debug. I debug my way.
Have you
I
seen
solve
chat?
problems my way.
Everyone's cool with this. Everyone is cool with this. I don't think anyone. I think the anti uh, console people finally like petered off a bit. Like I haven't seen that too much anymore. Literally
Well,
everybody's
there is
saying it's
debugger, right?
cool.
You can like
Yeah,
put in debuggers too,
but they're not
right?
even saying that. They're saying
Like
console debug's the way to
ah!
go. Console logging all the way. Everybody's very cool with that. Somebody dropped an
Oh,
alert
alert
joke, but
here.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
I've done
we're
that. Been there, done that. Yeah.
the one person in
Console.
there who I know does like crazy compiler stuff is saying no console debugging, but sure, yeah, you work in compiler land, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to shout one person out on YouTube. Chander Shekar contributed 20. I have no idea what the currency unit is on there, but I appreciate the support a ton. He mentioned that he lost
Well,
his
that's
mom to
impressive given
cancer.
how much,
Yeah, he recently
you
lost his
know.
mom to cancer, and your story really touched him, and he
Oh,
wanted to send all the love and strength he could to the fam.
thank you. But and I'm sorry for his loss.
Yeah.
Honestly, man, that's rough.
I
Yeah.
appreciate the contribution. We'll be sure we find somewhere good to put that money. It means a ton that y'all are like as supportive as you are. It's insane to think that this stream's been up for what, like under an hour, and we're over 1,000 viewers across Twitch and YouTube. Like, so cool to have everybody here and so supportive. The positivity is unreal. You bring quite the community
Wow.
and like sentiment with you. I've never
I
seen chat this active and this cool ever. There's normally like my
huh.
mods would have to go crazy right now, and they don't. So you
Oh, do I need mods? Like,
uh
if I'm gonna do the Twitch thing, do I need mods?
yes, I
I guess
guarantee there's people in my
okay.
community who are going to be hyped to hop in and moderate for you.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
I,
cool,
I guarantee,
awesome.
even just as I say that, people in here are going to say that they're going to hop in. Like I already saw two people, or Ollie already said it, and Ollie's freaking Twitch staff. There's nobody better to have helping you than that. Yeah, you got a cool
So,
thing.
okay, when you were at Twitch, were you in that the building with the crazy staircase? By the way,
Yes,
downtown San Francisco, right
yep.
off Market Street. Dude, I used to go up and I worked at mm, Lithium,
Oh, no
which
way.
was original. Yeah, yeah. Which
Yeah,
is like two floors up from Twitch around that time.
yeah.
And
That
I
was
used
it.
to
Was the
walk
one
those
thing
freaking
between
stairs
Atlassian
every
and us.
day. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. That was a cool
Crazy small
building,
world.
actually. And there was a really weird, like, uh, I don't know, some sort of high end like makeup company right at the top that had like a really cool floor.
Yeah,
Anyway, I was super into fitness back in around then, and I would, those stairs, man, those are brutal. You know,
yeah.
vroom, 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 vroom.
I just
Really
did
cool.
the
And it's all
elevator.
marble. It's cool.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
did the elevator. I was lazy. I also would skateboard to and from the office, so that was my workout. And then I would, after work, God, I was the worst. I would show up at noon just in time for lunch, grab my food, go do some meetings, hang out at the office for a bit, grab the free dinner at 6, grab my board, get to the island to go skate there until midnight some nights, go home, and then code till 3 in the morning. That was my
Oh,
workflow
so
for like 4 years. Uh,
Treasure Island?
no,
Like
there's a
that's good.
spot. It's in front of the ferry building, the like little
Oh,
plaza in front. The skaters refer to that
oh.
as the island.
I got it. I know exactly what you're talking about. I used to work there too.
No way.
Crazy.
It's a small
There
world.
was like there's the ferry building, and there's a building right next to it that had like a Starbucks for a little bit, but then, you know, also like a long set of offices and stuff. And that was like where we had our one of our first startups. It was really cool. That's a
But
really, because I run the Embarcadero, and that was pretty, man.
I, that was where I was every day
Mm,
after work. I miss
are
it
you
so
still in the
much.
Bay?
Yeah, I'm like right by
Okay.
Bill Graham Civic Center area still, like right in the middle of
Oh
the city.
wow. All right.
Yeah, it's hard
Yeah.
for me to leave. It's hard to justify being here now that I've went from 400K a year to 60, but I can't get myself out of the city.
Ooh. Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
That it's a substantial reduction
yeah.
in salary
Yeah,
there. Yeah.
God bless the community for being as supportive as they are and making it so I barely even feel the hit. Honestly, like it
Wow.
is a hit, but my lifestyle hasn't had to change much. And honestly, like I'm so focused on the company and everything else. Like I don't have like the family to spend money on and those types of things that
Yeah.
others do. And I really want to take advantage of the unique opportunity I have right now to do that and live on like the lower income. But I honestly, like, I was paying myself a little more, but because of how successful the Twitch and YouTube have been, I was able to cut my salary a decent bit, which was really cool.
Awesome. Cool. I did I guess, somewhat controversial. Like my very few times that I've done like what was it, the little minute like YouTube Shorts thing.
Yeah, the shorts.
One was like a very quick one on like, if you are bored in your job, or or you don't feel like like it's negative, right? You know, get a new one, even or essentially like if it's 20K less, like take the job that you really like, because I mean, how many Teslas do you need, right? It's like,
Mhm.
money isn't everything, right? You should, and it's certainly not going to be the thing that gets you like, motivated like on a daily basis. Like, oh wow, I made 10K more at this job, but it's lousy and my boss is a jerk, and wow, I really feel good about this. No, man, you want to feel like you are part of it, right? And that's what you get, which is great. Oh, have you? Oh yeah, on your Discord, there was like a really good like Grug programmer thing. Have you
Uh,
seen this one? Like Grug programmer,
I can't say I have.
Grug coder. Like it was basically, it's like a caveman coder,
Huh.
talks about like his approach to coding. It is hilarious.
Interesting.
And like at one point he's like, how many crystals does Grug need? Because like at a certain point, right? Pay is just pay, right? And it's funny money, you know.
Somebody just linked it
Yeah.
in chat. Oh yeah, this is
Yes, Grug
hilarious.
Brain. There it
Apex
is,
predator of
man.
Grug
Oh,
is
that is
complexity.
worth
Complexity
every
bad. Love it.
second of that read. Yeah. Because Grug's wife gets up on him about like, you should be making more money, but like, nah. How many rubies does Grug need?
Yep.
Doesn't need that many.
One
Yeah,
way I think
just
of
be
it, and
happy.
this might just be justifying the way
Be a
I
better
did
coder.
things, but I really liked how, for me at least, Twitch gave me the safety net I needed financially to do something stupid, like quit my very expensive
Sure.
job and
Yeah.
do the dumb
Okay.
thing for a few years. Like, I was able to sell a bunch of my Amazon stock to pay my first employee. I was able to, like, because I did the hard thing, and I was at Twitch for a year longer I probably should have been. That last year was miserable, but I stuck through it because if I did, I got my last two big RSU chunks. That was literally 112 or so $1,000. And if I could just grind
Woo!
that out, because when I joined Twitch, Amazon was worth way less money than when I was leaving. So my Amazon RSUs were a ton of money to leave on the table. And even then, I left the final chunk because I couldn't survive the last 6 months. I just didn't have it in me. But because I
Yeah.
survived for as long as I did, I had the base I needed to do the awesome things I wanted to do. And I do think for me that was the right call. It definitely isn't for everyone, but I try to be cautious of the people who both are like have much higher financial need, and for them the job is like
Yes.
I
Yeah,
need a
yeah. I
lot
was
of
just
money
gonna
because I
say,
have
like,
crazy
I'm
student debt and
definitely
stuff.
talking. I'm talking out of a lot of privilege, and I think obviously you are too. And
Absolutely.
for sure, there are definitely people who are not in that position, and 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 honestly, who sometimes have to put their guts on the line to like say, hey, this is not a good situation, even though they can't afford to lose that gig. That's stuff.
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
do think it's important to find ways to not end up hating engineering, especially when you're in those roles or you're in those tough
Mm.
positions. This is a slight pivot, but it's a thing I've been thinking a lot
Oh, go for it.
about since it came up in a Twitter space I think last week. The role that our channels are filling, both for like us and for others. I started taking content more seriously because I was missing something really important to me when I left Twitch. I no longer had the Twitch front end engineering Slack channel. And as
Yeah.
being surrounded in
Yeah.
these
I
super
know
talented
exact.
engineers, it's just
Yeah.
like you not having that after you're used to it for 5 years. Like those people who taught me and got me started in everything I know. That's the
Yeah.
place when like Svelte got announced and when Solid got announced, I went and shared the post there and talked about them. And since then, like I still
Right,
have
and they're
friends at
into it.
Twitch.
They're just as into it as you are. They're like, "Oh my god, this is the best thing ever." And you're like, and you're talking at lunch, and you got that like, "Oh wow, this. Have you seen this thing? Oh, that's cool. Maybe we can bring that in." I love that.
Absolutely.
I had yeah. I worked at Ning. Best
Mhm.
best tech gig I ever had. I think was Ning, and
Cool
it
name.
was like this. Yeah, right. It was this hosted social network, and Facebook wasn't as big of a deal. Like it was like early days Facebook, so yeah. And we had like 50 Cent had his social network over there. Martha Stewart had a big one. A couple like it was funny, and of course, like we joked, like you'd have like what was it? The running joke was, we hosted singers, swingers, and right wingers, and then yeah, whatever. Anyway,
Love that.
but the team that I was on was so good, and every day I would learn something from them, and we were just like constantly feeding on each other. And if you get into one of those positions, that's just great, super rare, though, I gotta say,
Yep.
because that means that you got like they were really, really picky in their hiring, like crazy picky. And so when they laid off, literally just did like a 50% layoff, like boom, we're changing everything. Boom, 50%. Like the valley just came in like sharks.
Yeah.
People from Ning.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I that was way cooler than the experience I had overall. Like the average engineer at Twitch especially for front end stuff wasn't that great. A lot of them were hired when it was an Ember company and didn't want to make the move to React. So a lot of them just were like dragging their feet and refusing to engage with new stuff. The number of people who were
Oh.
like actively mad at me for pushing to move off of class components in favor of hooks was hilarious. I ended up like flipping things and befriending most of them in the end, but there's like one or two people that still were not very happy to be making changes. That all said, though, for every one, like one or two of them, there was at least one person who was really hyped to have these conversations. And maybe they were like too busy to see these new announcements when they came out. But when I shared them, they would engage in the thread, would have an awesome conversation. The sad reality is, like, when I left, the channel kind of died. It gets like one message every couple of weeks, and it's usually like a JS bug. It's no longer the conversation it used to be. And I was sad to hear that, but I also get it. Like, I was an important part of why that conversation happened. And people are saying, chat, like, I brought a lot of energy. I remember one of the,
Yes.
yeah, one of my
Yeah.
coworkers even said, like,
The missing ingredient could be you.
yep. One of the coworkers I had who was like at Twitch for 7+ years at the time said that, or like had a formal sit down with me and like thanked me for being there because I brought the energy he missed from Twitch. And he felt like that was a huge part of why he was able to stay. And at the time I took that as like a huge compliment, but I realized in retrospect that was the signal to get out. But the reason I brought all of this up was to come back to what we're doing. I started the Twitter, the YouTube channel, and all of this to try and have those conversations with people I respected again, because I missed that. And like running my own company and having the small team, like all of my engineers are incredible. And the team that I have working with me is one of the best in the world, but they're pretty annoyed of talking about all these crazy new technologies we'll never get to use. And I want to have those conversations. So I made the channel to do that. And the role I realized I filled, and you touched on this a bit, is that like lunchtime conversation. The thing that like for us is the opportunity to pick like the brains of these crazy smart people about these new ideas and things. But more importantly, for a junior dev or somebody who's early career to sit there, understand a third of the words, ask a couple questions, go do a bunch of Googling and research after, and level up so goddamn quick. And we're filling that role on YouTube right now. That's what we're doing here right now.
You give people something like, oh, wow, that's actually, you know, you can get to that level kind of thing. I mean, I don't know if I'm at that level. Like, that's the other thing that is interesting. It was like, well, yeah, but I'm not for like, I don't know. It's been 100 years since I've done any Ember. Like, you know, that's the thing. It's like, you're a principal. I'm a principal for React for sure. Like, I mean, come on, at this point, you know, whatever. But like, you know, Solid kicked my butt a little bit. Actually, I gotta say, when I did the hackathon, like I you know, there's just, I had some issues with it. Like, you know, you know, there's, everybody's at a different level of different things, right? And I think that's like, I was joking. Like, my wife's always like, oh, I married, you know, a software engineer and my printer doesn't work. Like, that's not my job. Like, you know, it's like React is, you know, is that's a job, right? You know, like it's a Svelte is a different job. Like, you know, if you really want to be a full Svelte developer, I mean, you know, you got to skill up. I mean, there's certainly some shared skills, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, whatever. But like, you know, to really get into it, really understand the framework. I mean, like, come on, hooks. Like, how many people out there don't get hooks? Like, you know, I've seen some spooky hooks code. And you're like, wow, that works? No, that doesn't work. Actually, that's an infinite loop just waiting to happen, you know, kind of thing.
I've seen so many scary things on like Twitter, just a screenshot of, look at this cool way to use a hook. It's like that shouldn't work. And if you turn on strict mode, it'll tell you that it shouldn't work.
Oh, yeah.
I totally feel that. That all said, I want to push back a bit on the like, how principal are you? I would argue that once you're principal at one thing, you're a principal engineer, period. And some of the best conversations I have been me as a principal React engineer who sucked at backend because I just let those skills stagnate. Having thorough infrastructure conversations with infra people was still some of like the most fun convos I've had. I know people who overheard those. Like a great example of this, I'm not great at databases. I have gotten good enough to like hold my own, especially over the last like few months since we've leveled things up at Ping significantly. I had the CEO of PlanetScale on for an interview, and obviously he knows a billion times more about databases, helping things happen at Slack and GitHub and these other organizations that had to scale their stuff. I think that because of the difference in our skill sets, there's an even better conversation to be had there at times. That is so valuable because we recognize like we're both engineers that absolutely know what we're doing, but we don't necessarily understand the depth of the thing the other person is doing. So the questions I ask as an experienced engineer about the thing you're very familiar with are super insightful. It's like when I watch somebody like Primeagen try out React or Solid.js for the first time, the amount I can learn from that, from what isn't intuitive to them as a skilled engineer, is super valuable. there's the other side of this, like when I did the Dan Abramov mock code interview, where he bombed most of the mock code interviews he did, but he passed mine because of the way my interview was structured. But to highlight that an engineer is obviously skilled as Dan Abramov would fail a traditional job interview was really valuable for people. And I think that what is a principal engineer is super subjective to the point of being an almost useless term. I would rather something like experienced engineer, where we just have more career experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just FYI, the number of interviews I bombed, oh my God. Like, yeah.
It's like, I don't get
And
why people
then we were
treat
talking
interviews
about, like,
different from
how
coding.
YouTube's made us better engineers. I'm certainly far better engineer than I was 3 years ago because of all the research and everything I had to do. But oh man, I had done like Tech a Day, which is like 30 days, a really old series, way off the end of my deep cuts on my YouTube channel. But it was like a different tech every day because I was like, oh wow, it's the beginning of the pandemic. How cool would it be to have like a little bit of a little brown bag stand up every day, or a brown bag thing every day, learn a new technology. I did like Redwood, blah, 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 blah. Right. And I was jacked going into this interview with this company. I was pumped, right? I was like, man, you could ask me any front end question. I'm just going to crush this thing. Right. And I can't remember what they asked me. Oh, some god awful like algorithm question that was like, I couldn't like I couldn't even parse the dang thing. And then I just completely bombed it. And I'm like, but I'm thinking to myself, like, why did you ask me this? Like this had you gleaned no helpful information about if I can code, how I code, anything. You literally just took a decent engineer and showed and got them to feel crappy about their own skill set. Whereas my thing going in interviews is I really genuinely want to see your approach. I want to see how you code at your very, very best, which is why I actually don't really like to do the technical side of stuff. One of the things I love to do in interviews is just ask somebody, hey, tell me about a recent application that you made. Tell me about ping. What's the structure of ping? Not, I mean, if we're competitors, fine. You don't have to tell me, right? It's a trade secret, whatever. But like, if it's not, like, if you're, I don't know, doing like whatever, EHR records or whatever, right? Tell me something interesting about what you've worked on. Tell me, and the architecture of it, and then I'll, throw you some loop. Let's throw you some things like, oh well, what if there were multiple users on this account? How would you handle that? Kind of thing, and get to see how they work through that. But they're in their own element, right? They're on their home base, and they're showing me their best, right? And that's I think people deserve that, right? I think the
You're
state of programming interviews is so bad, dude.
this is
So bad.
this
I
is
hate
so
programming
hilariously my
interviews.
thing.
God,
I
I hate
am
programming
pumped you're
interviews.
bringing all of this up. Have I shown you my interview guide that I sent to Dan before the interview?
No.
Let me pull this up super quick. I'm just grabbing it
Ping
from
is made with WordPress. Ping.
Things in PHP. PHping.
Yeah. Nice.
Find it.
Ning was in PHP.
As it probably should have been.
Back in the day, that was a thing. That was great.
Cool. It worked first try. That never happens. So this is my whenever I give
the win.
Yeah, whenever I give a technical interview, I try my hardest to get a doc to the person ahead of time with options, because as you said,
I like that a lot.
It's so important to set up the interviewee to succeed, because that's my job. Like when I'm interviewing, I'm probably going to be the tech lead or the manager for that person, and I need to know that, like, specifically what I'm looking for is, if I put in the effort to help you succeed, what does your delivery look like? And these are just the steps I take, because like that's my job as a manager, as the hiring lead, as whatever role I'm filling. It's to make my team as successful as possible. I will never understand why interviews don't have that same mindset. It actively frustrates the hell out of me.
I've gone to interviews and I swear they're actively looking to destroy me. Like it's almost like, how can we make this as hard as possible, such that like, I'm like, what is the point of doing that? That's just being mean. You should always want to be, have people be and see their best.
People are asking if this is
so I wanted them to be at work.
So I just quickly sharing that. It's also linked in the Dan Abramov interview video, because I think it's important and people should see that when they're like watching that. The structure of my guide is to acknowledge the different types of interviews people like, as well as some unique types that people might not be as familiar with. Yeah, the traditional
Yes.
is like an algorithm
That
problem.
leak code was I'm sure it was a leak code question, which by the way, like people have asked me like, should I just hammer down on leak code? I'm like, personally, no,
Mhm.
because it's not coding. I mean, it's great, it's fun if you like that sort of thing, but build an app, man. Build something real. Then you'll learn a lot about stuff. You learn about, how to do auth, how to do database structure, how to go and, where to spend your time, how to set up stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you learn from building an actual thing as opposed to just like, invert this binary tree, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, okay. Yeah. What I learn? Not much.
Absolutely agree. Sadly, I think that like the first job and the job you like are very different processes. Like when you're
Mm,
fresh out of school or boot camp and you need to get that first gig, it doesn't
yeah,
matter
it's
how
leak
good your
code.
GitHub is if you don't have a job on your resume yet. And as much as the leak code stuff sucks, I find that for the first gig, it can be very helpful in getting that. Hating your job for 6 months because you're surrounded with a bunch of survivor bias, like the people who are willing to do that crap. And then for
Yeah,
your
true.
future interviews, be really strict about stuff. Like I only used a text-based resume for a long time because I didn't want to work at a company that cared too much. Like if they wouldn't accept my markdown resume, I'm not interested in working there.
Oh,
That's
oh.
like self-selecting out as an interviewee, like being willing to fail an interview, almost being excited to because it lets you know that that company isn't for you. Like presenting
Yeah.
myself in interviews in a way that is how I like the people I want to work with. So if I fail, I know that the people I wanted to work with failed too, and they have to be somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
But I think that's more important for the second plus or the second job
So
onwards than the first one. And the current like the grind to get your first gig right now sucks.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Although I will say, do yourself a favor and don't do well. If you got a great GitHub, great, awesome, perfect. But if you have really good code sandboxes, because code
Hmm.
sandbox is great, right? I mean, it's actually running. I mean, it's stack blitz, whatever. But I can actually just click a link, and
And
see
read your
your
code.
code
Yeah.
and see how to actually run, right? That's cool.
That's a
And I
really
can
good
see a
trick.
lot of yeah, and I don't know about you, but like I can definitely see like when people I can read code, really read code, and I can understand like, oh, this person, they're weak in this area, strong in that area, and it tells me a lot. Actually, that's going to be probably more informative than job experience or whatever. Certainly academic experience. But
Absolutely.
I'm biased. Like I never went to school, so
Yeah. I did, and it did not help at all with my actual ability to deliver. The and obviously like if I'm the one interviewing you, having a bunch of leak code skill and not having a GitHub with cool stuff on it, like you're not going to pass my interview. But I don't think my interview is the average interview right now. I
yeah,
try to be really conscious of this when I give advice here. Like I've started like opening certain videos with, if your goal is get a job ASAP, go watch Danny Thompson, ignore everything I have to say. My advice is going to help you love your job, but it's not going to help you get a good job fast. It's going to, this is how I keep myself sane and excited about engineering, not how you can get your first gig as fast as possible. And I think those are very different like paths.
yeah.
But once you've
Danny
hit that
Thompson,
point,
man,
you can do
most
anything.
consistent messenger ever. I
Trying
was
my
a fry
hardest.
cook. Now I'm a software engineer. This is what you have to do.
Have you talked with Danny
I,
actually? I feel like you guys would have a really good convo.
I have actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. He's great. He also had the fried
Yeah,
chicken
he's a
thing, so
great
I
guy.
brought it up. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned like some people's on-screen persona is different from their real life
Mhm.
persona. Danny is just 100% exactly who he is.
Yes. Yeah. And I think we love each other for that in particular. Like we disagree about a lot of things, but quickly realized, oh, we're talking a different story to different people. If we walk that
Yeah,
line, what I ended up finding is I'm doing what I'm doing now, where you sound exactly how I sound when I'm talking to Danny. But I want to be clear, like for the people getting their first gig, leak code sucks, but having that skill is probably going to help you get that first gig. That's
yeah,
Danny's role normally. And it's
and that's
nice
the
that,
unfortunate. You're
yeah.
right. That is the unfortunate truth.
That said, I want to show off the other options in here because I think they're
Yes,
really
please, please,
cool.
please. I'm sorry. I'm
No worries.
totally
No, this
interrupting
is
you.
no, this is going to be such a good clip for the channel. I'm hyped. I'm going to separate this part from the VOD. So, the traditionalist, the pragmatist, and I think the realist is the third
What?
option.
What? Okay.
So let's go through them one
Yeah,
at a
the
time.
traditionalist was TLDR leak code.
Leak code, yeah. But one thing I
What's
call out
driving this?
in this though, I actually say most of our
I
problems
love
come from
these.
advent of code. So if you do advent of code, you might have the problem ahead, and I'm cool with that. If you have the solution to the problem ready to go already,
Really?
and you say that, I am hyped because you can like Like that means you like are putting the time in to do this, and you can recite the solution. And even if you get like a part wrong, but you remember that there is this solution, and you can have the conversation about the thing you don't remember and all that. I think that's just as useful as figuring it out on the spot. And I
Yeah.
don't care if you already know the problem for leet code type stuff ahead of time.
Yeah. I've I've had people say like, "Hey, if you know the answer to this trick question or this question, please tell us first." But and then I think it's one of those like puzzle car talk puzzler ones like
Mhm.
100 kids walk onto a plane and they all have numbers and they're all sequentially numbered, but one isn't around. How do you do that? And you're like, okay, dude, really? Like this isn't does this tell you anything about anything? Like I could sail through that question and not have an idea about absolutely anything job related, and you would have no idea because you've gotten no new information from that question. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No
Susie
worries.
on the
That's
pragmatist.
such a good like point.
TLDR,
Like,
same as above, but with a realistic code problem. Oh, yes, please.
yep.
Okay.
So the goal of this one is I
Ah,
prepare a
Pokédex.
problem. So
Love
yeah,
it.
the Pokédex is the basic one, and this like I have a
Yeah.
whole example here of what one of
Horrible
these problems
API, by
looks
the way.
like. Yeah,
Holy crap.
I
I
I
hate
don't.
that API.
There's a lot of Pokemon APIs and they're all terrible. So what I do is I give you a variable ahead that's like, here's a Bulbasaur. Here are the things it has. Render this as a row component. Second one is now I have an array of them.
Okay.
Render this as a table. And the third one is
Oh,
I
okay. Yeah, right.
provide a selection component that has these props. How do you use this to filter the table?
Nice.
I think it's a
Okay. I
really
like it.
good like level up
Yeah.
problem
Yeah.
because I can quickly
Yeah.
gauge how familiar are you with React, how familiar are you with like render
When,
patterns, and how well do you operate. Specifically, I like part 3 a lot because it's how well do you operate with provided code and like asking the
yeah. Yeah.
questions about that.
Well, string or undefined? Shouldn't it just be like string, like selected type question mark string?
Probably, but I think I wrote
Okay.
it out like this just so that
Sorry.
you don't have to be as
Sorry.
familiar with TypeScript because
TypeScript brain.
yeah, exactly. But I want to make sure this problem is accessible to people who don't necessarily have TypeScript brain, where if I put a
Mm,
question mark, that's a syntax they might not know. And if I put or undefined, that like even if you don't know TypeScript is very clear, this is one of these two things.
yeah. So, speaking of syntax that most people don't know that I absolutely adore the question, the new optional
Optional
coalescing
chain,
question
yeah,
mark.
nullish
Yeah,
coalescence
optional
and
chain.
optional
No,
chaining. So good.
no, yeah, yeah. Oh,
So good. I use them all of the time.
thank you for that. My God, that made JavaScript so much
Let's
better.
quickly
Like
show
just
on here for people
mm,
who aren't familiar.
mwah. Chef's kiss. Mwah. Optional chaining. Yes.
It means that if a thing is nested and you don't know if the thing all the way at the back is defined or not, you can use the question marks and not have to check every step along the way.
It saves you from a ton of like if user dot phone, if user dot phone dot what is it
Mhm.
again? Yeah, it's like
This one was
I always
user.phone.number.
almost
Yep.
yeah,
The
right.
the amount of like
Because
25
we
line if
will mess that
statements.
up, by the way.
There's like 25 plus line if statements in the Twitch code base that we could remove with one of these. That was magical, especially for like big nested GraphQL stuff. Not having this, like, I don't know how we ever worked without it. And then
Yeah.
nullish coalescence. Oh, cool. Same person. It's a similar.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or
super convenient.
question mark. So it's always yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
that's as opposed to pipe, right? Pipe is like anything null-ish,
yeah,
like
it's anything
0,
falsy.
you're right, falsy,
Yep.
right?
So in this case, you
Whereas
get
question
one,
mark
but
is
you might
like
want the
no,
number.
null or undefined. That's it.
Yep.
Because you run into a lot of these issues with the double pipe. It's like, oh, I want to specify false, right? And false is a valid value for me. I don't want you to go to true just because I said false. Yeah.
Absolutely. Chat's freaking out over this on YouTube in particular. People are very excited to learn about these things. So that'll be a useful clip too.
Oh, there you go, man. Right there. The only other thing I wish JavaScript had, well, I'm sure there's some great RFCs out there, but Ruby has the inverted if. You can say, print hello if greeting,
Mhm.
if you want to say greeting, right?
Yeah.
And it just reads so much better than like if say greeting, print hello. And I wish we had that, right? It's kind of like it's exactly the same thing. It just reads really nicely.
I I I like Ruby. I think that I missed that, but as soon as you said that, I saw Maple in chat that they hate
And
unless, and yeah,
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 okay, fine,
I get
you're
it.
right. But unless isn't if.
Mhm. Yeah, it is.
I don't know.
I think I'm leaning towards you, but I am trying to reduce the amount of weird syntax I use. I'm even 50-50 on ternaries nowadays. Like a single ternary is fine.
Ooh.
Nested ternaries,
Yes.
please no.
No nested ternaries.
Unless you're
Yeah,
doing a
single
type
ternary is
definition,
good.
and then it's the only option, which is but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, the only
Also,
conditional
like,
syntax for type definitions is nested ternary, sadly.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get into some like TypeScript. You can get into some really weird areas with that. Conditional
Yep.
types just get like, whoa. And do you really need any of that? Probably not on a daily basis. No.
Yeah.
If you're making a framework, yes, probably. But if not, yeah.
Yep. I totally
Okay.
agree. And I
Oh,
feel bad for
option
third
N.
things. Yeah, I
Wait.
wanted to show option
Option
three. I
three, the realist.
think you'll dig this one. It's
Yes,
you
please.
hit me up ahead of time with
Oh, I
ideally like
that.
a GitHub repo or a project, so I can quickly take a look and just make sure this is like of quality enough to like bring into an interview. And then the interview is
Yeah.
you work on the problem with me live. You like have a
Yeah.
bug you want to fix, you have a feature you want to add. You're working in a code base you're already familiar with and
Yeah.
onboarding me to your code as you work on it. And this like
Yeah.
I've not had the luck of anyone picking this, but I've done some chats that were very similar to it that weren't formal interviews, and I've learned so much more from how someone works from seeing how they work. Crazy thought, I know, than almost anything else. But yeah, I love this option.
And they're
I'm so excited for
playing
someone to
on
finally take
their
it.
home base,
Yep.
right?
And
You're
it's our goal
playing
to
on
be
your
their new home
turf.
base.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So like it's not our job to see how badly they can struggle. It's how greatly can they succeed. Like that's our role as management, as
Yes,
leaders.
you said it a lot better than I did. It's not our. It's I'm a very empathic person. I don't like to see people struggle. Right. It hurts me. Right. So I don't want to go into an interview and feel uncomfortable and weird and lame. I want to feel like everybody's having a fun time. Like you're gonna go out of there and you're gonna be like, hey, that was very nice. And I gotta, I mean, not to my own horn, but I've definitely had people come out of interviews and say, I want to work with that guy. That's cool. I like hearing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been
And so
really proud
option
of that.
N,
Yeah.
the
Oh,
specialist.
this is my favorite. That I hope someone
Oh,
picks this someday.
T3.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we were still
Nice.
T3 Tools at the time. This was before we changed our name to Ping. Yeah, we were T3 Tools previously, which was not a great name for a company. Great name for a stack,
Yeah.
though, thankfully. T3 Stack for life. But we used to be T3 Tools, now we're Ping. The goal of this option was specifically to, if you have a way to interview that doesn't line up with one of these options that you want to propose, please do. I don't want, like, if you have a better way to show off your skill, tell me, and we'll do that.
And you could add to the list.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to get new things to add here based on other people's like methods for interviewing. I've had
This is brilliant, by the way.
Thank you.
And do you use this? I
Yeah.
mean, is this
have-
oh wow.
I've used this for all of my interviews other than like, so I use this when I have to do a technical of some form because I'm not familiar with your
Bless you,
technical
sir.
ability.
This
But
is wonderful.
9 out of the last 10 interviews I didn't need this because I knew about their technical ability. They had a GitHub with lots of code on it that was really good. We had a convo that went really well, and I didn't need to ask more questions from there. It's like, this isn't something that I push for every interview. It's something I actually try to avoid because, as you said, technicals suck. But if I have to do one, which you have to do one, that's the reality of what we do, I wanted to make sure it's set up to make the candidate succeed. I even say here at T3 Tools, we want to build our interview process around your success. We expect different candidates to have different methods that best showcase their strengths.
It should be as minimal as possible, and it should have the most informational output for both parties, right? What are you looking for? What am I looking for from you? And if it doesn't, if just ask yourself, what do you want from this? Like, I think people don't do this. What do you want from this interview? Like, what information do you want to gain? And what are the optimal questions that you can use to gain that information? I think a lot of people, they go into their interviews and they're just like, well, I went into interviews at a different company and this is what they did there. So I'm just going to bring it over here. It's like,
Yep.
really?
It's even funnier in the startup world
Gotta
where
think
it's
more than
like if you're interviewing like Google at a small company, you're going to end up with a bunch of Google engineers at your small company. And you're going to be reinventing Kubernetes for the 15th time trying to like ship a Twitter clone. I have consulted with 4-person companies hiring their DevOps team because they needed somebody to unscrew their gigantic cluster of stuff that they could have been a single Lambda function.
Right, homebrew DevOps that has absolutely nothing to do with what we created. Yeah, that's something that, like, in these small companies, I was working with one, yeah, actually Lithium. We went
Oh,
out to, we bought this little company. They were a company that was, like, monitoring the Twitter fire hose for, like, Pepsi and stuff like that. So when, Pepsi would go, like, put out their ad at Super Bowl, they wanted to see, like, how many people tweet about this kind of thing. That was their job, right? And I remember talking to the lead engineer over there, and he's like, he had such a great take on it. It was like, I need to know where we want to put our spend, our engineering spend. Like, it should be on stuff that is absolutely unique IP to what we do, right? For us, that is the indexing and fast lookup of the Twitter fire hose, right? Am I going to spend my money on building a UI framework? Heck no. Am I going to build it on? I'm going to use whatever's out of the box, man. I'm going to use material. Does it look great? No. Well, if yes, I mean, look, material looks fine. Whatever. I don't know if that was a choice, whatever. But what I'm saying, like, don't don't just make stuff, right? You're just making tech debt, right? Be intelligent about the things that you make and the things that you invest in, and that's what actually, when I talked earlier about, like, a video that goes, like, between junior and senior, right? That's actually a lot of what I'm looking for when it comes to, like, people who are going to move up that line, is an understanding really of, like, what does this company do? How do we make money? You know,
yep.
what should we spend our money on? And can you make the right choice about that?
I
Jack mentioned Bowie. Yeah,
I
I like
absolutely love that take.
I like
One of
Chakra. I like them all.
so are you familiar with Y Combinator, the startup accelerator?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we did Y Combinator for Ping at the beginning of the year, Winter 22
Huh.
batch, and I went in skeptical.
I'm kind of surprised it still exists.
Yeah, it that I
Wow. Okay.
I was too, especially considering like the terms for the deal at the time. We ended up being the first group to get the new deal, which was the same 125k 7%, but on top of that, 375k MFN, which was like a huge unexpected thing to get dropped on us day one and gave us the padding to be much more
What
considerate
is
about our next investment round.
what does MFM mean?
Most favored nation. So the next best investment deal you give matches for them. So like I can no longer give a friend deal of like you invest at a lower valuation because then their 375k converts at that. But whatever, like from the day YC starts onwards, whatever the best deal somebody else gets investing in the company, that's what they match at.
Okay.
The goal is to push you to be much more considerate of the valuation you're raising against, because it's both like a nice padding like gift to land on for the money to not have to worry as much about money for our company, but also a little more stress in the sense that we have to be more considerate of the investments we take and the deals we give. Because if we're not, then that money converts at a much higher percentage of the company.
Cool.
But they did give
So
us
I'm
$500,000.
I'm
So
gonna
that's cool.
channel what I'm guessing the comment stream is like. I'm gonna channel that and say, please, Theo, do a video. I will watch this on basically all the speak monetary stuff that just came out of your mouth, and organize it in a way where I can understand it. Like
Do
most
people actually
favored
care?
nation, convertible money. Heck yes. Because a
Interesting.
lot of these people go into this gig because they're like, hey man, like I'm gonna go and work a couple of crap jobs, and then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna, yeah, look at the channel, man.
I
Right,
see chat.
exactly.
You're right. I will
Yeah,
do
yeah.
this. You've
Yes, please. Right. They're like, I want to do a startup, but do I have any idea about convertible most friend nation friendship deals, friendship five? I don't know what the heck you're just talking about, but I would watch it. I would watch it. Like some guys, like I want to be rich.
Yep.
It's not out of the realm of like, okay, I mean, again, how many gems does Grug need, right? But like still, like like, yeah, yes, please. Look at all this.
Yeah,
Look at all this.
I did not expect this to be the response. I thought people just wanted to hear me talk about code
You
stuff.
do this video.
Okay, I will do this video very soon. Thank you for the push on that.
Structure, organize,
Yep.
congeal, you know. Yeah.
I
And
can
just
give a
think
good
like
talk
you
on
have
that.
no idea. Think like I'm a person with like a checking account.
That
With
was me a
like,
year ago. I'm still close enough to that
yes,
to do this. Like I had to quickly learn all of this stuff, and like a big part of why I was bringing up Y Combinator is that they like the
do they
YouTube,
have a financial literacy course at Y Combinator?
not directly, but they have a ton of resources internally, and their YouTube channel is straight gold. The YouTube
Grog
YC channel is one
Finance
of my favorite
explain
channels, and
now.
nobody cares. And like nobody looks at the channel. Like all their random like startup school talks and stuff are better than some of the resources we had internally. It was
Yeah.
so good. The main reason I brought up YC though is their like motto. The thing on the t-shirt they sent me is do things that don't scale.
Things that don't scale.
It
Okay.
I have reflected on this
Kind of get
so
where they're
much
going.
for the past year. I was not sure at first. I have grown to love it. What it means is like what
Yeah.
you're describing here, like grabbing a hacky like MUI client to prove out this like Firehouse project.
Oh,
Like that's not
okay.
a scalable
Yeah,
front end
yeah, yeah.
solution, but it will get the thing working fast. Or a common example they
Yeah,
gave
okay.
was the guys who started Stripe. What they would do is they would show up at the office for the other companies in the batch and like other companies that they were like talking to and set up Stripe on their computers for them. They would take your laptop, set the whole thing up, and press go for you. And by being that involved, they got a ton of customers on Stripe way earlier. That was not
Yeah,
scalable. You can't have your founders manually onboarding every customer, but the
precisely.
value you get from that is insane.
Yeah. I was thinking like Furl W here. It was like figure out scaling later. It's like,
Mhm.
if you have like a really cool, like, hey, we're gonna apply ML to this thing, but we're gonna do it. And it's like literally like you can handle like 2 transactions an hour, whatever kind of thing. It's like, yeah, but the output is freaking amazing, right? The output is life changing, right? This ML thing is gonna predict, I don't know, whatever, like something crazy. But it's gonna take forever. Then once you get it, right, then you can like say, well, okay, cool. How do we turn this into an optimization that takes like, like this thing? Yeah, this is actually harkens back to all the beginning is like how I got into being an engineer and like my whole approach to it. Have you ever seen a movie called like, let's say like Brainstorm or something like
Can't
that?
say I
Or
have.
like, okay, so it's an old video. It's kind of a combination horror tech, man, whatever. Anyway, so they come up with this recording technology. Like they can record your brain waves, right, and then play it back, and it records on this like crazy huge tape. And like I remember part of the weird thing about this movie was it went into like the engineering process around all this, and like they started off with this amazing helmet that had to be like liquid cooled and stuff, and it's like outgassing, all this sort of stuff, and it's reading your brain waves and all this sort of thing. And then like they're like, okay, well, we want to productize this. And so this guy's the head of the project, his wife is like a product designer, and she goes off and like takes the chips that are powering this big head scanner thing and like makes it like smaller and puts it in like her next rev is like kind of a hat. And then by the end, her rev is like this tiny little, kind of thing that goes around your head. And it's like, that is my design approach. It's like, get it hacky, get it crappy, have the outgassing crap come out of your head, whatever like that first. And then, like make it better. Just like slowly, like, oh, well, now we can make this rip that part out because we don't even need that anymore. That was all the diagnostic scrap. Well, we know it works. So there you go. And then, yeah, just kind of make it better and better and better. And eventually you end up with this really tight, really cool thing. And you're like, dang, that was great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. That's
I
my
love
little
that.
digression in there. And my self-taught, yes, I am, by the way, James Craig.
Yeah. I love that mindset. I feel like so many companies, especially like some of the ones I talk to,
Embrace the jank.
especially
Exactly.
ones in the tech world, especially, it almost feels like the problem they're trying to solve is scale.
Yeah,
Scales,
first.
yeah,
No. Last thing you want to do.
yeah. Don't
Figure out something
sell
cool.
scale, sell a solution to a problem, and then scale that
Yeah.
solution.
Exactly. Yeah. Like come up with something
Yeah.
someone need, fix a pain point for someone. Like I don't know. I'm looking around for a perfect enchilada recipe. Like come up with the perfect enchilada recipe app. I don't know, whatever, who knows.
Mhm.
But yeah, solve a pain point for someone, make it visceral. I mean, have it be a visceral thing that people can engage with. And then yeah, once people are like, yes, I will buy this. Like as an example, like your financial literacy for tech guys, for tech
Mhm.
people video, which is clearly needful. Like they got a pain point right there,
Absolutely. And like a
do
company
that.
example, something like Planet Scale, which yeah, they are selling scale, but they're selling scale because they solved that specific problem of MySQL clustering and sharding for 3 separate companies. They
Ugh.
solved it for YouTube. They solved it for GitHub. They solved it for
A
Slack.
horrible
They
problem.
open sourced the solution. They had this thing called Vitesse, and it was still too hard to set up. So they made a company for that part. Yes, they are selling scale, but they're not selling the scale itself. The scale is a thing that exists on the technology. They're selling the assembly, the infrastructure, and the annoying parts of accessing that scale. I think that that's one of the best ways to sell scale. But beyond that, it's a losing battle to try and to sell something big when you could solve a smaller problem first.
Hey, we just talk about, iMagic has a really great question
Mhm.
here. How do you balance love projects versus work projects? Something that I get. I feel this. I feel where you're coming from, my person. Um,
You first. My answer sucks for this.
oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, your answer is probably gonna be work first. Well, yes, definitely work first, right? You gotta. I
Oh,
mean,
that's
you gotta make everybody happy at work. That's number one thing. That pays the bills. That pays the checks. Got
that's actually
100%.
not my answer. It's much
Oh,
more.
okay.
I
Okay,
I have to
you gotta
love
let
what
me
I'm doing.
finish. Okay,
You
fine.
okay? Well, okay. You first.
No. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, and then we'll come. What I really want to get out there is like, don't beat yourself up about love projects not panning out or not being like, oh my god, I haven't done this. Man, it's like I got home from work and I just like, oh, I just want to veg in front of the TV and watch, Rust to Riches, blah 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 blah, whatever. That's okay. That's okay. Give yourself a break. You're fine. Don't hold yourself to account. Don't beat yourself up for it. I've done that way too much. Just please don't beat yourself up. And people are like on Twitter, like, oh my God, I have 22,000 side projects. Ah, I feel so bad. Don't. You learned a ton. Like you learned how to do all kinds of crap. And those 22,000, you learned all kinds of stuff, right? Just breathe, breathe, and let go. Now to you.
Absolutely. I agree with all of that. I'll say for me, I've never been good at putting myself into more than one thing at a time in terms of like one of the things I'm into. Like when I'm skateboarding, I'm learning one specific trick. I have hundreds of tricks I can do, but when I go out to the spot to skate, I usually have one thing in mind I'm there to do that day, and I'll work my butt off until I get that.
Yeah.
When I have a job, I tend to find or make my job that thing if I can, where I'll like find a problem that will be the thing I'm thinking about when I fall asleep and will be the thing I'm thinking about in the shower. I personally don't do well with jobs that don't fill up my brain in that way. And for me, it's more
Yeah.
like a hunt for satisfaction. Like if side projects aren't satisfying you to the point where they're taking your focus, hopefully work is. I'd say the best role of side projects is when your work isn't satisfying and you're looking for something that is. Side projects can be a great thing for that. At that point, how do you balance the two? I can't. I don't know what to tell you, but my goal is to try specifically to this is probably the autism speaking, but make myself as excited about the things I'm working on as possible, or they're not going to get done. Like to an extent, gamifying things like,
Yeah. I was gonna say use your reward thing. Make sure that the rewards are healthy.
yes,
Don't like, oh, I'm gonna like give myself a cake, if I do this, right? That's not a great idea. For long-term health. But
absolutely.
like, oh, I'm gonna go like there's a Lego set, I'm jonesing on like that Ferrari, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm gonna go grunt through building this thing that like so boring, but it's gotta happen, kind of thing. And like the CICD, whatever. You know, it's gotta happen. I don't like it, and then I'll get that at the end. I sometimes that can be a healthy reward. Like I guess, you can go too far too. That, again,
Something I've seen
it's
work pretty well. I know a few engineers who they actually wake up really early and they do their side projects and personal stuff at the beginning of the day, so they're not as burnt out by the end. And to be frank, it's better to be tired at work than it is on a side project if the side project's the thing you care about. So I do really like the idea of like do it first, not last.
yeah. Depends on how rough your work is.
Yeah, of course. It
You know?
depends on a ton.
Yeah.
I personally, I can't wake up early. So for me, I would do the opposite. I would like wake up as late as possible, just barely show up at the office, leave, and then go code on my own from like 8 p.m. or even like midnight until 3 in the morning working on whatever. And like the projects I pick don't let me not work on them in that way. And I'm very
Mm.
passion driven in that way. So a lot of my advice is not applicable to most people. But yeah, my projects, and I see in chat a lot of people are going to be very similar to me. That's why y'all are hanging out. That's why I love you guys so much. But yeah, I don't know if I recommend it,
I
but
think
I
we
can
are.
say it
I think
works.
you and I are actually really similar. It's interesting because
Oh, we
like
absolutely are.
I'm dyslexic, right? I know that. Like, and you're autistic,
Yeah,
right? And I just like it's all like it's interesting. It's like that. I don't. Maybe I'm autistic too or something. But like the reason that I am in this gig, or that I've been doing this since I was literally 13 years old, because like computers were literally only the only thing I was good at, and like that's just I was straight F's and D's because at the time they didn't do affordances for people with like a different way of thinking about the world. Now I understand actually that actually dyslexia is a good thing when it comes to technology. Certain types of dyslexia actually work really well because they allow that like crazy level of hyper focus. Because I can imagine the structure of a whole system in my head where other people are like, "Oh man, I just get lost in whatever," and I'm like, "Oh well, that's this talking to this talking to," and that's what.
absolutely.
Also, by the way, woodworking really good for this,
That
like three space thinking, all that
that
great.
makes a ton of sense. I think my equivalent of the woodworking is the skateboarding. It's very
Oh
similar.
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
the physics
Yes,
of
yes,
it,
yes,
it,
yes.
it just
Yeah, yeah,
constantly
yeah, totally.
infects my brain. Like the crazy thing about skateboarding, and
Hey,
this
you're always
is
trying to like thinking about like, oh, it's this. I'm getting like
Mhm.
the wrong shear at the wrong time, and the board's not. Yeah.
Yeah. There's actually really cool. I think it was a Jack Black interview. Like the actor, he is friends with a bunch of skaters and has been like casually getting into skateboarding. And something he described really well that's like very much like part of my core experience. I don't think about it as much because like as far as like back I can remember, I was on a skateboard. But once you're even like somewhat familiar with how it feels to ride a skateboard, the whole world looks different. Like when you're walking on the street, you're noticing how
Oh
cracked the
right,
pavement is. When you
yeah,
look at a stair set, you think about how it would feel to jump down it or ride down the rail. When I'm in a cafeteria, I look at the tables like, oh, these would be slippery. It'd be fun to like jump and slide on it. And like you don't need to be
yeah,
that good
yeah,
of a skater to see all of these things and just the world looks different once you're used to the skateboard. I think the
yeah.
same thing about software. Like I can't look at a
Mhm.
TV screen or a website or anything without thinking, how does that work? How is that built? And the ability for us to rabbit hole down that and figure out the very core, here's how this one piece works, means that when it isn't working, we can find it and fix it so much better too.
Yeah, if you like watching TV, don't get into video production because then you're like, oh, the lighting was off on that. Oh, I know that After Effects extension. I use that too. That kind of thing.
Yep.
I am actually like really annoyed lately about how dark TV has gotten. Not content wise,
Color
but
wise.
just color wise. Just bring up the brightness. I want to be
But
able to see the effects on the screen without having to adjust my brightness to the point where like I'm only getting, half the display.
but I
Dark
spent all
mode
this
for
money
TV
on
shows.
this super fancy OLED TV. I need the blacks to be black.
Ru- okay, fine, but then you need like an ultra black room to be in, right? And, whatever. It's crazy.
But my
Ugh. Yeah, the
HDR.
last Batman movie. The
Yeah.
guys hit it like right in the head.
It's
That
so
freaking
dark.
Batman movie. It's like I honestly have no idea what the Batmobile looks like other than the Lego set because it wasn't I didn't see it in the movie. It was black on black. I was like, "Oh wow, there's like these little red puffs coming out of it every once in a while." I was like, "It's the Batmobile. It's supposed to be cool." I mean, the Tumbler is the best freaking Batmobile ever. Love that
Coming
Batmobile.
from
But
the
you could
music
see
world,
it.
like the exact same thing happened with like the lo-fi move, where it stopped being cool to have your
Oh,
recordings mixed well and sound good. It started being cool having everything sound a little bit trashy, and that was
scratchy.
so weird. It's like my degree's audio engineering. I care so much about like making everything sound as good as possible, and some of my favorite artists intentionally make things sound bad, and like reflecting on that and rethinking my own like artistic analysis process based on how the times have changed was really interesting. But it's nowhere near as simple as films are too dark now. But it is really interesting how these things
Yeah.
change over time and how things that we like put so much effort into getting right, like making things visible, making things sound exactly how they sounded when we heard them, gets thrown out in favor of whatever's cool now.
I gotta tell you, I was driving my daughter and I back from college a couple of days ago, and we were listening to like pop rocks on Sirius, and it was like a bunch of like auto tune things right in a row, and I'm like, oh come on, I can't even handle this anymore. It was so bad. And then I like flip on my phone, I could just start pulling up random stuff like Love Shack by the B-52s, and I'm like, wow, actual music. Like they spent time crafting this song and singing really well. And you could hear the instruments and they're just spot on, and you're like, wow, that's music. Like, still listen to a Steely Dan track and compare it to
Mhm.
like the auto tune crap. I'm sorry.
No, I
I'm
actually I
going, old
totally get it.
man yells at clouds. But I mean, with you in the audio engineering, come
Mhm.
on, you know what I'm
I
talking about
absolutely do.
here.
What I'll say is it's disappointing to me, not like your stance, but that the stance is as justifiable as it is, because there are so many artists that go so much further than others before. Like Kanye West, for example, he created such a chaotically unique auto-tune process that an artist he sampled, Bon Iver, who's a traditional folk artist, was so impressed with what Kanye did with his
Yeah, I mean,
sound
if you're bringing
that he,
something new, cool.
yeah, and Bon Iver
But not
loved it.
compensating for just bad singing or just
Absolutely,
mumbling. I mean, these
absolutely.
guys are like mumbling, like,
Yep,
like I
I
can't even hear the lyrics. Come on, dude.
totally
Like,
agree. What I
ugh.
think is way cooler though is like these artists who start as producers and then become vocalists, where they're using their production skill to bridge the gap. Somebody like or Travis Scott was a producer for half a decade before he ever stood in front of a
Right.
microphone, and a
Like,
lot
sing it
of,
like this. Oh,
yeah,
might as well just sing it myself,
yeah, and
whatever.
I think that that's become much more common. And on top of that, there are more artists who recognize that like because of these technologies, they can make things that are so much more refined. Like I want to finish the Bon Iver point because somebody else called that out in chat. Justin
Apparently
Vernon
not
from
a
Bon Iver,
drainer.
he was so impressed with what Kanye did with the autotune that he actually hired a bunch of engineers to build a live autotune machine so he could use
Mm,
that sound in concert for his own music, and ended up producing some crazy hybrid electro folk rock albums using the ideas he got from Kanye West sampling him. And I find that whole orchestration and
that rocks.
process so cool. And I
Yeah.
think like that didn't exist in art in the past. And as great as it was that a Steely Dan song or like a Bob Dylan song came out sounding as incredible as it did in the songwriting, like the,
Not a Bob Dylan fan, but okay.
yeah, I love all of them so much still, and I listen to the Turtles way too much for somebody my age. But I
I
at
don't
the
listen to him at all, so okay.
God, Happy Together is one of the greatest songs ever written. But I love
Okay.
how an individual, like a kid in their bedroom, if they just sit there and grind on one song on their laptop for like a month straight, that can be indistinguishable from a big studio thing. Like you can make
Oh,
things
yeah, yeah,
of
yeah,
that
yeah.
quality, and there are like it's fewer than ever who do it, like as a percentage. But that just because the music world's blown up so much, there is so much more incredibly well written music just on SoundCloud with 500 people listening to it.
Right. Yes, and that I'm all for. Like, hey, if you like, woo, pump your heart and soul into something, and that's great. It just felt like some of the stuff going out on like on the hot pop rocks or whatever.
Absolutely.
And no, it was like it serious number one, like hits one or whatever.
Can't
Was
stand it.
just so lazy. Like, not it's undeservedly a hit because it just sucks.
Yep.
Sorry, but like this music sucks.
I
Like, some of
Yeah.
it's great.
The things that
Some
are on the radio
suck.
because people paid for it to be there, absolutely. But there's also like a lot of music that is surprisingly popular. Artists that you never would have guessed, like Juice World blew up in his bedroom just listening to other rappers. He's one of the greatest freestylers to ever live, and he became huge. There's producers like Onatrix Point Never, who are very weird, artsy electronic producers that people like The Weeknd fall in love with. And this weird dude doing Vimeo, like 2 hour long projects from my childhood, is now the producer for The Weeknd, the biggest pop artist of all time. And that gap bridging is so cool, and I think that is unique to music. And I try to bring that same spirit into engineering, like making a place where like you can talk
I
with
love
Ryan,
everything.
can talk with Fred, like trying, like we're all here trying to do the same thing, like creatively push stuff forward. How can we bridge those gaps and make a space where we can all create cool shit? And I think music
Yeah.
has always been good about this, but right now is more so than ever. And I'm trying to bring that energy back to the tech world.
Mhm. Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I we talked early on about like I saw this for, whatever 2-hour video and I only needed, I a couple minutes of it. Another part of that was I also thought that like I've seen just there was just too many tech videos out there where it was like literally just a screencast and the guy goes, okay, like, hey, yo, okay, can you structure this thing? Can you like what are you doing? Why are you doing it? Have some like put some effort into the production, like I do all the transitions and all that kind of stuff, trying to make it engaging to fun to watch. I mean, what we do is incredible. Hey, by the way, does bang jack, is that a good thing?
Yeah,
I don't even
that's
know.
the command syntax on Twitch. So that's how people can get a chat message to know where to go follow you on things. So I have it set up so when
Oh,
they say
great.
that, it just links them your YouTube and your Twitter or your Twitter account.
Aw, thank you.
Of course, least I can do.
Thank you.
I'll
Okay.
probably
I
leave the
need to
command
get
forever too, so
down with
people
the
will hit it.
Twitch. Down with the Twitch. Okay, but anyway, so yeah, just try like that's why I man, we're joking on the office Slack about like how many videos have you bought and not watched from like whatever, and I've got a bunch of like I think like Moment is a company that does some really good stuff on AV things like photography,
Mhm.
videography, audio work, stuff like that for like content creators. And man, I really need to like spend some time just like because they talk about how to uh, s- choreograph out the video, how to get B shots, edit in B roll, and things like that. And it's just fascinating. I love it. Just a
I
whole different area. We deserve more, man.
Are
Tech
you,
is cool.
call me out, man. I
I
this
know.
is
Hey,
my
no, no, no.
it's this is hilarious because like literally all of my videos are just ripped VODs from my Twitch channel. Like we specifically like the effort we put in is more the topics and the marketing, much less the quality of the video. Minus my editors who work their asses off to make really cool things out of these streams, but like these are I am not thinking enough about this stuff. It took me a year of streaming to finally lower my camera to be eye level. It was too high for the longest time, and I just finally bought the extension for my wall mount to fix it because I didn't want to screw more holes in my wall. It's just I'm being about as lazy as I can be, and these are the moments where I reflect. I'm like, wow, I am incredibly lucky I made it this far, not caring about any
Your
of
hair
these
game
things.
is lit, dude.
It's okay. It's so bad right now. I am like two
What are you
months
talking
overdue a
about,
haircut.
man?
Oh, it's such a
Okay.
mess at the moment. Like
Oh no, it's that. Yeah.
I am I am like 2 months overdue a haircut because my stylists moved to LA. I'm dying. They were the best, and I miss them. And I need to find new stylists
My
who still live
stylist
here.
is literally a lady that's like down like 3 blocks down the road.
So
Like I
jealous.
go to her house. She's got like a place in her house.
So
Hilarious.
jealous. Not fair. Yeah, I miss having or quick access to hair stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I care way too much,
Doesn't
but
Yeah, I just stopped going because like pandemic and then neutropenia and blah 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 blah. And like finally, every once it gets like bushy long, and then like bushy long.
yep. Mine just gets like
Great clips. There you go.
these are going to be fantastic clips. Yeah, I know that or one of the coolest things about being on Twitch, Igor is one of my favorite examples of a community member. He has gotten so absurdly good at clipping things perfectly, like stitching like left and right, like on the awful Twitch clip editor to time the clip. So like it's like an awkward pause at the end, and then it loops like just right. He makes the best like
Oh, wow, yeah.
yeah. It's such a good like
That is
point
an
of
art. It
it
really is an art.
absolutely is. I wish I could convince him to do
Yeah.
actual editing, but love you regardless, Igor. He is such a good resource for me to then go back after and find the best clips to go use for other things as reference. And like these are the things that I love so much about the community is they make it hard for my content to be bad. I feel like the community I have around me now, especially since I live stream most stuff, it has comically raised the floor for the quality of my content. Like it can't be worse than here.
Yeah, I like your process. Like I actually I hung in there for your you had a live stream talking about like video ideas, and one of them was the one that you're gonna be doing. I can't for the life of me recall what it was.
Was it
The
the full
next one.
stack one?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's full
Is
stack
full
real.
stack real, which is a fascinating idea. Still, financial literacy should come first because dang, you
That one's not
clearly
recorded yet. That's the difference. This video is already
I know.
it's uploaded on my
Oh,
channel. I just have to make it
it's already
public.
in the can. Okay,
Yeah, we
fine.
have
Okay, yeah.
Igor
All right.
went so crazy, or Idez went so crazy last week. There are 6 videos ready to go on my channel right now. It's insane.
Yeah, I have zero. Just FYI. Like
I
I used to have some, but man. Anyway, so
my
I don't know.
process.
Yes, your process. I like that. Like I think what I'm missing is I'm missing like the technical editor. Like somebody who I can run like, okay, I'm gonna like because I remember like I did a video a couple of days, a couple weeks ago about like comparing two things, and I compared them in dev mode. Probably not the best thing. It was it helped the flow of the video because I didn't have to build stuff and blah 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 blah. I fixed it in the next video. I did builds. Having a technical editor to come out and say, Jack, come on, don't do that. You're or here's a better way to do this. Like, I love the fact that you can work off the community they're like, dude, what do here's an npx command that does this in like 3 seconds. What are you talking about? You do that, kind of thing. That'd be great.
I made such a mistake early, and I love you to death, Adam. My original editor for my YouTube and Twitch channels, he was an old friend who isn't necessarily like into the engineering or code world at all, but he is a wizard with all things OBS and streaming and AV tech. He used to work at like esports production and stuff. I pulled him on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I pulled him in to help with my editing because he wanted to get more into video editing, and I trusted him to do it. He did a great job, but he doesn't know enough about engineering to know like what to cut, what to include, what to ask me to clarify, stuff like that. And I was so busy because this was also when I was at in the middle of Y Combinator, so I was much more focused on that, not even watching the edits he would make. Yeah, they were good edits, but like they weren't as great as they could
cutting
be.
the real content.
Yeah, not
He's
always.
Like, you're thinking out loud, and the next thing you know, you're like, that was actually very valuable thinking out loud.
And I didn't even see when that in. I didn't even see when that happened because I wouldn't watch the videos, and I lost touch with my content to an extent because it was like I do this thing and then it's done, and I don't re-engage with it from there. So I don't know what is and isn't working because I hand it off and I don't think about it anymore. Yeah. I then hired him to work at Ping because it made way more sense for him to be helping us like get customers on board onto our OBS-based tech and all that. So he's been incredible working with us at Ping, but because of that, he's too busy to do my videos. I started editing my own videos again. And that's when I got really good at YouTube because I had to edit my own videos. I reflected on the way I was doing streams because my streams were too hard to edit because I was all over the place. When I started doing my editing, I rethought how I did streams so I could make streams that were more editable. I started blowing up on Twitch and YouTube from all that.
You're like, oh, okay, that was a great thought. Now let me like rewind to the beginning of that thought and then redo it and like have it be 2 sentences as opposed to, a blah, 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 forever, like, that kind of thing. And then you've got like sweet, clean edit points and things like that. People don't really care if you like jump around the screen a little bit. That's okay. Whatever. But, like if you're just like cutting it like halfway through the word, that's not great. You should try and avoid that at least.
And then now there's tools like Descript that make it so easy to edit based on what you said rather than like how the video itself like looks, which has made it so much easier for me to do those quick edits and such. It's incredible.
Maybe it's just me, but like Descript crashed on me like the first day out. And I'm like, okay.
Depending on when you were using it. I guess
not for me then.
It was in a rougher state, especially before the like M1 Mac update, but it's pretty good now. It doesn't handle videos as long as like the ones I do. Like the 3-hour stuff, it chokes up hard. So what I'll usually do is I'll FFmpeg the chunk I want, throw that into Descript, and then edit from there.
Okay. So you do it in chunks. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Works good enough.
I mean, I think mine was only like 30 minutes, kind of thing.
Interesting. I'm surprised it died on that. It's usually better than I would expect. I've had
Intel Mac though, and now I got this. Now I got the beastie M2, which is just. Woo,
did you get the Air?
I love that machine. No, I got the MacBook Pro.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and it's only the 13-inch, but I figured out like how to get it dual monitor and blah 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 blah, and it's thing runs like a cut cat.
I miss my M1 Air dearly. I still have it.
It never heats up. Like I can put it on my lap. I mean, imagine that. A laptop that goes on your lap without burning your thighs. It's mind blowing.
Or what was even crazier for me with the MacBook Air is a laptop with no fans. That is powerful.
I don't even know if this thing has a fan. I've never heard it go on.
It does, but it won't need it very much. What was crazy for me is the Air and the Pro are almost identical performance-wise. They just hit a throttle point differently because the M1 Pro, or because the Pro has the fan, it can keep itself cool a bit longer. But like, if I transcode the same video on both like the M2 Pro and the M2 Air, the first 5 minutes of the transcode are the same speed until the Air heats up.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's incredible what Apple's done with those chips. I bought the M1 half skeptical because I had the 16-inch Pro, like the maxed out Pro, and I downgraded to the base tier M1 Air. And it was a way faster machine, way more pleasant to use. And I stopped using my Intel Pro. I am still so impressed with what Apple did with those chips.
Yeah. Apple hardware is great. Apple software is, I mean, the operating system is still real solid. I like that. But man, I got my wife like an iPhone, and she had an iPhone 8, like the worst iPhone in the family. I get her an iPhone 13. It took 2 days to like try and get all the data across. And finally, it was end up. Oh my god, it was a mess. I'm
Yep.
like, yo, this is not good, guys.
I used to
Come
restore
on.
over the wire, but they still
Ugh.
won't do USB 3 for Lightning on the phones. They only did it on the iPad. And they only did that one time. They like
Mm.
if you do the wire backup and restore, you're doing that over USB 2 in 2022, which is just come on, Apple. I
Oh, this was like 3 times through firmware wouldn't update, just dead, whatever. And then, so I ended up upgrading the OS. No, that didn't work. I ended up upgrading the Mac OS, and that was the magic bullet that did it. And I'm like, "Come on, really?
yep.
That was how did that no?
I
Why was it no?" But
I
it
was
worked, and
almost
I'm like,
late
"Okay, I can touch it."
I was almost late delivering an app to a client because I had to update my MacBook in order to connect my iPad to
Oh,
Xcode.
oh.
And the update didn't go great. And it just took me a while to get my machine set back up. And like I was so close to being late because I had to use Xcode just to spin up the app on my iPad and do the rest of my dev in like VS Code. But just that step almost blocked me entirely. And yeah, I could rant about this forever, but I do want to finish the editor topics. I think there's a lot of value here, especially for those who are considering
Okay.
doing the YouTube
By the way,
thing.
I do have, like I am absolutely adoring this, by the
Yeah,
way,
this is
but I do have, like, a hardish stop around 320.
okay. Very
A one-on-one really lost.
thank you for the heads up. I'll wrap this up.
Okay.
Then we'll open up the questions. There's a few on YouTube I
This
want to
is
get
so
to. And
good.
obviously, if anybody else has questions, start dropping them now and we'll get to those ASAP. But as for the editor stuff, once I started editing my own videos again and had a way better feel for the content, and most importantly, I was streaming myself better because I was thinking through like the edit ahead of time. The content got better, the audience got bigger, and now engineers who wanted to get into editing were hitting me up because they were inspired by what I was
Mhm.
doing. And now all of my editors are people from the community who are developers who watched my stuff editing. Like they're learning editing to an extent as they do this, but I would rather an editor learning editing who understands the content than an editor who understands editing and is learning the content every time.
You are so good with the community. It
It's
just
they make it
it's
easy.
inspiring.
These guys are the best. I love them so
No,
much.
I
And
mean, yeah, I need to learn. You are like my sensei. Like,
they
yeah,
that's
I
weird to
need
me
to
because
learn
they
so much
like
from
you
you.
more than me. I think the difference for me is
What?
I am a community member as much as I am like the community lead, where I've
That
just been in a part of so many different communities in my life, like from the music scene, from the tech scene, from the content scene, from like Twitch and Discord and all these things. I guarantee if I did a sentiment poll for scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like Theo versus Jack? In my Discord, you would get a higher score. I could guarantee that.
it
Like,
doesn't matter. Like,
but it
it's not.
doesn't matter for this, like how you build and run your community. Absolutely agree. You have a better starting point. That is what I'm trying to
Okay.
argue. You have the opportunity to take a ton of advantage of how loved you are by your community. And I'm excited to see what you do with that.
I'm inspired to learn from you, like, because like I need more positivity. Like I try to effuse positivity, but at the same time, I'm also there's an underlying like little heart of piece of negativity in there that I need to like tamp down. Because like I admit that sometimes I am very frustrated when people come to me and it's clear that they have done no work before they start hitting me up for answers to stuff, and it's like, come on. I mean, really? Like put a little something into it. Don't like, isn't it, you're an engineer, right?
I
Like do a little engineering before you come to me.
I think the
Please.
thing that's helped me, and you're doing it right now, is calling that out in a public, not like direct, like this question is bad way, but also doing the opposite, which is bringing up the questions and the pushback and those things that are really good. Something I did last night. There's a comment on my unit testing YouTube video that I've been thinking about for way too long. That like the top line of it was, I agree with almost all of your observations, but not the conclusion. And then like a very thorough, like 3-paragraph, here's how I present and think of unit tests. And
Ah,
I've been thinking about that
yes.
comment since I read it. It got one like and
Yeah.
it was me. I loved the hell out of it. I replied like, I've been thinking about this forever. I just screenshotted that and posted it as like a YouTube community post, and immediately 500
Mm,
likes in like a few hours. So
yeah.
I think that in
Yeah.
particular,
I love a thoughtful takedown.
yes,
Like, I get it, but you didn't
absolutely.
do like you didn't take that. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah. Thoughtful
okay.
takedowns, thoughtful questions, thoughtful
Hell yeah.
responses, like
Yes,
highlighting
please. More of
those
that.
can be
Yeah.
so valuable. I think
Yeah.
that there is so much you can like teach the community by showing them examples of well asked questions. Something silly I did at my
Yes.
company is when people ask good
Yes.
questions in the tech channel, I'll pin it as a reference. So when you join the company, you go to my like tech channel in the private company Discord, you click pin, and now you see a bunch of examples of really good PRs, of really good questions, of like highlights of how we communicate.
Yeah. I there's the rules channel on my Discord, right? And it has this whole thing. And the whole thing is I'm thinking, and it's not really rules, it's basically how to write a question that's going to get answered. I want to help you. People want to help each other. It's a natural instinct, you know, cat stuck in a tree, want to help a cat, right? You know, whatever. Everybody wants to help. But if you come at it like, you know, a vague, nebulous question that has a bazillion answers and 13,000 unknowns, nobody's going to engage with that. Cause like, what do we do with this? Where do we even start? Right? It's crazy.
Yep.
But, you know, but do your research, right? Figure out and this and that, and then come up with a really concise question that's answerable, and somebody's gonna do it. And that's the
Yeah.
thing. Like, and yeah, my daughter's all about opportunity thinking. Again, don't deprive yourself of the opportunity to learn through debugging and all the rest of it what the problem is, like, and then even if you don't come up with the answer, you at least have come up with what will be the foundation of a really good question.
Yep. I am
Speaking of
pumped that
really
we're
good questions, we should do some YouTube questions, right?
yeah,
Look at that segue.
absolutely. I
It's
am
like I'm a podcaster on the side.
pro level. I love it. I need you to transfer to transition me to sponsors too once I have more of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
This
want
video is brought to you by Ping.
you have a much better radio voice than me. I am
Not them.
jealous. It'd be really fun for me to have you like film like or like record an audio intro for me or something. That's actually a really funny idea. We'll get back to that in the future. I wanted to
Sure.
quickly double down on everything you just said about like question asking an opportunity. Like one of the best values you can get from a community like this is getting better at asking questions, especially if you're an earlier
Yes.
dev. If you can get good at asking questions to us when we have less time to deal with you and you build that skill here, then when you go to the first job, everybody's going to be blown away. Like one of the engineers at Ping, they were a ramen chef before they joined Ping. They did a bunch of cool open source stuff and were like contributing to Zig and building like game engines in Zig themselves. They got used to questions being asked in a GitHub issue. So you had to be very thorough, very thoughtful, and ask a clear and concise
Right.
question. They built that
Yes.
skill there. And when they brought
Mhm.
that to the work, I've had to like teach them to ask worse questions because by the time the question
Yeah,
gets to
yeah,
me,
yeah.
it's too
Yeah.
thoughtful. It's like, you just asked me a question that takes me 30 seconds to answer, and you clearly spent 2 days thinking about this question. How can I help you ask less good questions at this point? But like,
Yeah.
that is a very unique tier to get to. And I think that's a good
Right.
extreme to be at because it's easy to work back from. But striving to be at that point where anyone who sees that question who vaguely knows the answer is going to be excited to answer it because you did the hard work for us in your framing of the question.
Yeah. Like if you're onboarding a company and clearly the onboarding docs are out of date, surprise, surprise, right? And they don't work, it, ask the questions right away, yo. Like, oh, hey, this is like this command does not work, whatever. What should I do instead? Because, chances are, right, they've already done it. And you're like, hey, as fodder for asking this stupid question, I will update the onboarding readme, whatever, with whatever you tell me, right? And that's okay. But as you're like in the depths of the job later on, yeah, definitely like, but I mean, you go see this culturally. What's a good question to ask? What's a question that's like, ooh, you probably should have baked on that one for a little bit longer.
Absolutely agree. I'm telling chat to start getting their questions ready. There was one that Jacob Hilton asked on YouTube earlier. He actually contributed $20 to ask this, so definitely
Woo!
want to make sure we can ask it or bring this one up. He was curious about your takes on unit testing, in particular, in contrast to my video on it. He also said he was a huge fan of us and loves the amazing resources we provide. So shout out Jacob, thank you so much. Love to hear your thoughts on unit tests.
I haven't watched your video. Is
That's
that
fine.
Okay.
That
Unit
means you can
testing
give a more
baked.
organic take without knowing what you're applying to. I love that.
My unit testing take. There is a fantastic extension for VS Code. It's by the company that makes Quokka. It's called Wallaby. And when I'm doing Wallaby and when I'm doing unit testing, then I'm using Wallaby. And I generally tend to unit test more library slash business logic code stuff that's very nuancy, like a lot of little edge cases and things. I generally tend to shy away from unit testing UI code. I like E to E smoke tests just because I find that I like the UI to be a bit more fluid. And if you've got you've got unit tests, particularly ones that do snapshot testing, which is ugh, that you really stiffen up the experience. And I don't want a situation where if I make a text change, like, hey, can you change, hello to goodbye? And you get into a rapport with your product manager where they feel comfortable literally PRing text changes, which is fine by me. Go for it. I don't want them breaking a unit test because they changed a word. That's crazy. Right. So if it's on the UI side, don't use snapshots. Be very, very prescriptive about what you're actually testing. Is I'm adding this class, I'm removing this class, I'm blah 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 blah. But then on the library side, whoo, I'm a big 100% unit test fan and use Wallaby because I mean I've gotten to the point with Wallaby where like I haven't even saved the files. And I know the unit tests are 100% coverage, 100% pass. And then I'm like, oh, wait, save all. Like, oh, yeah, okay. And now yarn test. Oh, wow. Yeah, there it is. 100%. Sweet. Done.
That
And
that
I'm
sounds like
good.
what TRPC did to my full stack, but for tests. I do really like that way of using
Mm,
tests. I think that you're more aligned with me than chat's going to expect. I I'm trying to fill the role of the anti-unit test person because I feel like we've swayed too far pro. We have fully moved off of test-driven development, which is a relief. Like that was a mistake for most use cases. But generally, I try to think of tests as solutions to problems once you've had the problem. Like if we have an issue that occurred in our code base
yes.
because we didn't
Yes.
have like because the type
Yeah.
system isn't strong
Just don't
enough
make the
to
same mistake again.
yes,
Right. But codify it as code.
yes.
I wouldn't say TDD is entirely dead. I mean,
The
I've used
positive
it.
sentiment is, I would say.
Oh, yes. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, there are very few people who
It's
say
dead.
TDD is
That's
good
what,
now, which is nice. That's the change I've noticed. That was a relief to see.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. My video was specifically like the video title "Why I Don't Unit Test" because most of the stuff I do is front end, and I much more care about the type safe contracts than I do about like the behavior like or checks. End to end testing is great. We don't need it just yet, but unit testing, like the units on front end aren't valuable in a way that is particularly useful to test.
Contract driven programming.
Absolutely,
Exactly.
I love me a
Yeah.
good contract.
Oh my god, yeah. It sounds really boring, but and that's the other interesting thing about like class stuff versus functional stuff. It's like in a weird way, like class sort of defines like who you are is what you can do is your contract.
Mhm.
And I find that inherently a little bit weird. It's
Yes.
like saying I have red hair, therefore I can code. That's
Yeah.
not okay. Ask me if I can code, and then I'll tell you if I can code or not. Right? That's the
Mhm.
contract, and then anything, red haired or not, can code. Like that. Yeah, that's anyway.
I
Whatever.
think that
Total
the
digression there.
the contract systems that existed in like web dev pre TypeScript and pre like in React pre hooks were really rough because
Mm,
since the contracts weren't great because we didn't have TypeScript, it wasn't deeply thought out in our tools, and we were still using class components with that weird conflation of contract behavior and markup. That those two aspects resulted in the unit testing tools we see today. What I don't think we've seen is a reflection on what the value of testing is post TypeScript and post like moving away from class in our JavaScript. I think this Wallaby stuff, which I honestly haven't looked into before, seems like it fills that hole very well. So I'm excited to look more into this, and I'm pumped that you brought that up.
it's fun. It's just fun. Like I don't know. It's just kind of weirdly, like the same. We'll go back to content for a second. Like when you go to your YouTube Studio channel page, and your video hits like the 1 out of 10, you get this weird not weird, but like a little like fireworks explosion, and it's like a little endorphin rush. You're like, woo,
Yep,
and that's like the same sort of thing with Wallaby. It's like, oh, wow, this is all great.
I do love
Um,
that.
somebody asked like, is contract driven programming like TDD? And I am not to me at all. Like to me, it's like contracting is like basically figuring out like the segments of your code, right? And then figuring out like, okay, between these two things have to talk together. What is, how are they going to talk? Like, are they gonna what are they gonna send back and forth? And
Yeah.
what's the limits of that?
To compare
Because
it
you
to
want it to
like
be as small as possible.
To compare it to like construction, it's the difference between like a plan for how to build a house versus a plan for where the holes go in the planks, or even like pre-drilled planks with the holes already in them to put the nails in. Like it's what level is the planning happening? I think that contracts are at
Mhm.
a much higher level. And if they're not, then the contract ideally comes through inference. Like when I return this thing on the back end, the contract system between the back end and the front end lets me know on the front end if that is correct or not. I
Yeah.
think contracts should either be very high level or very inferred based on behaviors and code. And
Yeah.
the unit tests represent a middle between those two that I don't think matters. At least in the front end world, it doesn't really exist that often.
Yeah. Somebody really early on was talking about, hey, you got to get Jack to talk about micro front ends. That is actually like that's where like the rubber kind of really hits the road on the UI side when it comes to contracts. Is like you really want to create those micro front end like contracts. Like, hey, you are a dashboard lit. Here's what I'm going to give you, and this is what you are going to give or ask me. Like maybe who's your user or whatever, whatever the contract is in both directions, and then you you specify that with TypeScript, and then as long as your dashboardlet handles that contract, you are good, and then you can be in the program. And then when that contract changes, we will go and see what breaks.
Absolutely. I love that. I want to be respectful of time. I'm trying to find one last really good question before we wrap up. There was a lot of good ones, but I think that one of the most
A
valuable,
lot of
just
questions about TRPC versus GraphQL, or like
of course.
protocols stuff. You want to do that?
Uh, I was thinking something that might be more like you already have a
Okay,
really
no,
good video on that. Like I'll link the video in chat so people can see it, and obviously they already know
I
my
want to do more
takes.
TRPC. Actually, I recommended TRPC this morning in one of our apps. So
That's super cool. The one I want to jump on is Ollie's question. It's two, but I think that we can like combine them pretty well. It's as a self-taught developer, what resources did you use to learn new things? And then the same for effectively for content creation. Like how did you or what resources and like channels did you look to or better yourself in that place as well?
Okay, interesting. So the only things that I had access to when I started coding, which was um, way long ago, I've been coding for 40 years. So no internet, no nada. Were books, which were not plentiful. Um, Code, I would either were code examples around, or there were other people. And so, like, in the rare occasion, I had a buddy. Well, upperclassman who was going to MIT, learned a lot from that guy about early coding sort of stuff. But it's really, we talked about a team. You learn just so much from being on a good team. And I think that's exactly what you and I are trying to do is like kind of take that and make it accessible to everyone. Right? Hey, this is how whatever. I mean, I think we need
Absolutely.
to do more. I got maybe more conversations like this would be good.
Mhm.
Similar, very, very similar to content creation, I would say that how do I learn about content creation? What you watch other people. Like there's this English guy who does coffee videos, and he is great. I love his style. I love the way that he constructs the video. I love his I yeah, I love his elocution. I just love everything about it, and it's so good. And I mean, I'm not that much of a coffee guy. I like coffee, but it's not like, but I just love that style. So that's one way. Yeah, James Hoffman. That's what it is. And the other thing is to actually like, so that also, watching educational content on TV, like Nova, things like that. Again, see how they do it. And I don't know. To me, that's all is too dumbed down, like weirdly, like But then also, I watch educational videos too. I watch like moment stuff about different like you can't imagine how many revs I've gone through with this setup. I mean, right now, there's all kinds of lighting around. There's a headlight right there. There's two green screen lights. There's a softbox right here. And just like and learning about the aperture and the exposure and the frames per second and the audio and like audio. Woo! I mean,
Yeah.
audio is just whoa. I mean, you can go crazy. Like, there's all kinds like there's condenser mics and there's shotgun mics. You're using probably an SMB SM7, right
Yeah, I
there.
only
Sure.
recently
Yeah.
moved to this off my $100 like Wave 3. But I mostly moved to this because I wanted the interface. I spent like way too much money on my Rode Procaster, so I could multi-connect my one mic to
Okay.
multiple computers and my phone at the same time. So I can use this for Twitter Spaces, for calls on my Mac, and for streaming all at the same time, which is unreal.
Yeah, I like to joke sometimes that like some guys buy like a Ferrari or whatever, or Camaro, in their midlife crisis. I bought a YouTube channel. Like I definitely spent a good
I,
amount of money.
I love that
Like,
way of putting it. I
yeah.
tried to avoid it, but I only could for so long. I definitely found myself spending the money too. It's not necessary to get started. I've seen a lot of channels kill it, or without spending the money. But yeah, I did see
Oh,
somebody just
funny.
contributed
When
money.
you were at Macromedia, did you enjoy all the Flash RIA apps? I don't know the Flash RIA apps. We used to call internally. There's some great stories from Macromedia. We used to call in, Flash internally skip intro. It's just
Yeah.
like they very little respect for that. But anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, I was around for like ActionScript 3, which is a great language. And I was on the Flex Builder team doing Flex.
I
Yay.
do miss the OG days of Flash in terms of what it enabled people to do, not necessarily how it worked or what it was capable of, but what people did with it. Like that was specifically in like the
Oh
gaming
yeah.
world. That was a whole generation that we haven't like caught up with since.
Yeah.
There's one last question I want to ask if you're down to go
Well,
like a tiny bit over
well, yeah, but
from.
let me just answer is the room real? The room actually is real. The background is not real. The reason that is that if you're in a room like this, like that, you can see how much white light there is, right? The sun will change over the course of it. And also your back will be on fire if the sun is behind you, you'll be sweating buckets.
Yep.
So this is why I have the green screen is consistent lighting. That's all.
So
And also the fact that I can do effects and stuff. Great.
absolutely.
Okay,
And
sorry. What's your last
the
question? What
sun's
was the last
blaring
one?
on me. I totally feel that. But the last
Oh
question
god,
was
I'm surprised
somebody
you're not
mentioned that
sweating.
they perform better in pair programming than solo development when they're building a feature. Is that bad? And how can they improve on that?
There's nothing bad about that. I think it's great.
Yep.
Like
Totally agree.
I don't it's I'm the problem is I got into this very, very early and that it's not as comfortable for me to do that, but I have enjoyed pair programming. I just find it like at the end of a two like I'm coming out of this 2-hour block, 2.5-hour block of talking to you. I'm pumped.
Yep.
I'm ready for my one-on-one. I'm going to jump on some code later. I'm pumped. Coming out of 2 hours of pair programming,
On a
I
hard
just
topic.
want to go to bed. I just
Yep.
want to nap. I just want to go I need a whole day to recover from that. I don't know what it is, but if it works for you, how can it be wrong?
Yep. I
You know?
absolutely feel that in particular. Like pair programming for long windows exhausts me more than almost anything else. There are tips and like tricks you can do as someone who prefers pair programming. I know like the rubber duck debugging is a really
Oh
good one
yeah.
where you just
Yeah,
have
yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
thing
Oh,
you talk to. Like
I
imagine the
guess
person you have the
I do
combo
that.
with.
Also going for like whatever exercise you do, like if you're stuck, like if you're a runner, if you're a walker, whatever, get out there and do that. You will find that just getting your mind off of it will open your mind up, and the next thing you know, like, oh, duh,
Yep.
it was this all along. Or like I had like a layout issue, and I went to bed on it, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, because I was under stress. I was like, okay, I got to get this thing out, like next thing you know, you kind of like loosen up, and the inspiration comes, and think, I got
I
the
often
idea.
joke my best code is written in the shower and on my skateboard, not sitting in front of
Heck
my
yeah,
computer. Like I
heck yeah,
you can absolutely imagine and this is one of the coolest things about like getting more senior with a specific technology or like the way you build is you can think through a whole problem and solve it in your head and have a pretty good idea of what is and isn't going to work before you even start typing the code. It's kind of similar to how I think of my
yeah,
videos now is I play through the whole video in my head, I play through the thumbnail and the title, and then I go record it. Once you get to
yeah.
that level of familiarity with code, you can do the same. I think pairing helps you get
Then you can
there,
hit a mean
but
ollie at the
yeah,
same time.
absolutely. Well, this was
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic, Jack. I don't want to go too far over. We already have now, and I
this has
appreciate
been
this so much.
I love it, and I love your crew. It's fantastic. I've been watching the comments have been so great. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to shout out in particular? Anything we can point people at, or just the YouTube and the Twitter for now?
Let's see, Leukemia Society, of
Leukemia
course, and
Society.
also there were 4,000 beagles just gotten from a lab out in Virginia, and they're being distributed across the US. So if you're in the search for a dog, there are awesome adoptable dogs that have never had their paths touch ground, and you can get yourself a cute, adorable, adoptable beagle. So there you go.
I had no idea. And as a dog
Oh
trainer and
yeah,
lover, that is real awesome shout out. I appreciate that a ton. What was the name of that
there's
again so
a
I can
one
link it
on
quick?
the Oregon. Well, I mean, I just look at the Oregon Humane Society, and they've got like a bunch of
Ah,
them. I think 160 are in Oregon. I don't know how many are in California now. But one they named one Everything Bagel. I thought that was a great name. She's so cute, adorable.
just found an article about that. Glassy did as well. Fantastic. Thank you guys all. And thank you again so much for this. Appreciate you immensely. This was super
Oh, it
cool.
was
Hyped to get this
wonderful.
on the YouTube. Thank you again,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. All right.
I will
See you next time.
cut this quick. I will be right back, guys. I just want to refill my water quick, and then we'll get started on some live code. Really excited to finally be coding live again. I know it's been a bit, but yeah, BRB. What is good, nerds? What an interview. I. Goddamn. That was so cool. I am not normally this speechless post interview, but I was, yeah. I had high hopes, but that was genuinely one of the coolest. I know I've said this a lot recently, but genuinely one of the coolest interviews we've done here for sure, if not the coolest. I was I surprised by anything is the question I'm currently looking at and thinking on. I was surprised by how similar our way of thinking of things was overall. Like even just when I first started chatting with him, like I assumed because of how many times I've been told it throughout my whole career that the way I think and the way I do things is just an excited like junior young dev that like as soon as you talk to a real principal engineer that's been working for a while, that they'll disagree with me. He's been coding longer than I've been alive, and we have so much of the same takes, and that's that was a huge like I think affirmation's the right word, like at least confirmation of the way I do things. So yeah, I personally was incredibly validated by working with and talking to Jack, and it's really, somebody said Theo of the future. Absolutely. He is, feels like he's the chilled out, more thoughtful future Theo in so many cool ways. And there's other people in chat saying I have an old tech soul and I'm a confirmed tech boomer. Is that just because I like SQL, guys? Yeah, I loved that. To the person saying I underrate myself in chat, I'm an arrogant prick. Don't worry. I'm very aware of what I'm capable of. Somebody asked if I use a water filter for what? My hair, my water I drink? Because yes, for both. But yeah. Oh, Sam. It's not because I like SQL. It's because I like MySQL. Yeah. Aiden, if I am a tech, if I'm even close to a tech boomer, Aiden, you're absolutely tech boomer. I need to get Jack to listen to Blade on stream. Oh God. Oh God. I don't know if I have that in me. I'm sorry. I am like so close to spinning up the second channel and just doing game streams and music on there, specifically music, because I want to rant about music live, and I don't want to do that here because of the channels both will be copyright striked to hell and back. But absolutely. Somebody young man yells at clouds like an old man. That is fantastic. Zero. Aiden, Theo links me cool services, and I'm like, no, way too relatable. Somebody asked, am I a drainer? Yeah, I am a drainer at a level that is not pretty standard for drainers. I came all the way back, like early, like for like Mew posts about Ginseng strip Young Lean days, and dug super deep to figure out like how they're making the videos, who is producing these things, where did this all come from, and fell in love with Echo 2K before he had actually released much in terms of music, because I was so fascinated by how he was like managing the image of Young Lean and crew. At the time, it was still Sad Boys and Gravity Boys. And then Gravity Boys kind of split, kind of merged into what eventually became Drain Gang. And yeah, I'm listening to Blade and Echo and that crew back in the Gravity Boys, Sad Boys era. OG. So if you're asking what Drainer and Drain Gang is, that's the term for people who are into the Drain Gang, which is the term for the people who used to be like Young Lean's friends that eventually broke off, made their own whole sound and crew, and are now like their own like established artists. There's so much music by them that's incredible, even if you're not like into that stuff. I'll die on the hill that in particular Echo 2K is a very, very talented artist and songwriter. People have been asking me about my music taste enough. I need to do something about this in the future. That's not what we're here for, though, because we have a very exciting thing to do next. Sorry that I'm not doing my usual poll the audience for what we're building, but we have a really cool deal that I snagged for the channel. And it means we get to talk about some things that I have not had a chance to talk about. And we get to build some things that I've not had a chance to build with just yet. So I'm going to edit my stream title on both platforms quick. Upstash, or learning Redis. Cool. New title is up on Twitch. Gonna go do that on YouTube super fast. I'm not gonna update the thumbnail because I'm lazy. I have to do that after the fact. Anyways, I really hope that you're gonna be around for a little bit, Aiden, because I'm gonna need a lot of help. Do I have to put hashtag ad in my title on Twitch if they're paying me? Hashtag ad. I'll do that for now. If one of the mods could create a Fossabot command that links to, I'll drop the link in chat quick. Ref equals Theo. If somebody could make an exclamation point Redis or exclamation point Upstash that links to that for me, would really appreciate it. Yes, I'm selling out. I wanted to get a little more money to help pay for the editors. I think that this is a really cool opportunity. I've wanted to use Upstash forever, and they were, to be frank, the second cool company to reach out and offer to pay me to do content about them. The first one I refused because it was my homies over at Axiom, and I was going to talk about them anyways. I'm reconsidering that now. The other option, Aiden could do whatever because he he made it. I love that. Thank you, Aiden. Why is Aiden not a mod? Why is Aiden a mod for like everyone else and not me? Anyways, so Upstash is a company that has made Redis way more accessible. They're kind of like the Vercel of Redis. And when they reached out, I was super hyped to finally get to play with Redis on like modern web technologies. I'll be honest, I haven't touched Redis since a while back in my Elixir days, and even then I didn't use it particularly heavily. So what we're about to do is some live code where I screw up a bunch, and it should hopefully be fun. I have a couple ideas for what we're going to do with it, but at first I just want to like dig in, read some docs, take a look at some of their blog posts that I actually found to be super cool. And yeah, let's dive in. Let me just reply. Somebody asked on YouTube, I'll just say it here. Old Flume or New Flume? New Flume. Sucks at albums, fantastic singles. So yeah, Flume as a singles artist is one of my favorites. This is not working anymore. I also, since I was the one green screening Jack, I still have his background there. Let me go and fix that super quick. Guest, visible. There we go. So we're sponsored by Upstash, and I am so hyped because they make it incredibly easy for us to have fast, global, low latency data. How do I put this? There's so much that this enables for us. The easiest thing I can demo quick. Sure y'all remember Roundest. Watch how long it takes for Roundest to actually show things on the screen other than the loading spinner. That was about 2.5, maybe 3 seconds. If I refresh it now, it's going to be faster because the Lambda's warm. But that first slow time there was because the Lambda had to start up. The cold start time for a Lambda, because it's a full server that has to spin up, fetch all of the JavaScript or whatever code you're running on it, initialize the environment for that, and then do things with it, it is not particularly performant. One of the things that we're working on, like as a web dev community, to improve that spin up time is moving to the edge, which is a new runtime that is that originally like Cloudflare is popularized, but the idea of edge runtimes is growing like every day. The goal of them is to have an environment that's closer to like a web environment that spins up really fast and is distributed around the world. So it's not servers in specific warehouses that Amazon owns. Rather, it's mini compute nodes as close to users as possible with hundreds of thousands around the world that are ready to go and run your code way faster. These environments are much more limited than a Lambda or a server environment. Like you can't, it's not Node. You can't just use Node code in your edge functions. You can't do things like call your native Rust bindings to connect to your database. But what you can do is fetch requests. Also, somebody mentioned you're limited to 1 megabyte of data for the code that you're actually sending to the edge environments, which is significantly lower than what you can do on a Lambda, which is basically whatever. There's probably a hard limit on Lambda. I've not come close to hitting it in terms of how much like data and code you can ship up for it to run. Because of these limitations around how the edge environment lets you run code, it also is able to persist instances and throw your code on an existing like instance and then remove it way faster than a Lambda. A lot of why it's faster is because of these limitations. I want to move more and more of my stuff to edge if I can. However, a lot of the tools we use right now are not edge ready or even close to it. One of those tools is Prisma. Prisma is working on the Prisma data proxy, which is a project I'm very excited about. The goal of the Prisma data proxy is to make it easier for your Prisma code to, like specifically the native binding in Prisma, which is this big, heavy Rust chunk at the bottom of it. If you have to ship that to your Lambda function every time it spins up, and then it has to spin up, make a connection to your database, and then it can start processing requests, the amount of time to do that sucks. A Lambda cold start on Vercel for Next.js is already like 200 to 300 milliseconds. Having to make a database connection and instantiate Prisma and all of that can quickly bump that up to 2 or more seconds, which is what we just saw on Roundest right there. So what I want to show with Redis is 2 things in particular. The first is how we can move to the edge because because edge functions can make HTTP connections, and Lambda and Redis supports HTTP as a connection method. Specifically, Upstash, I know, does this well. And on top of that, I want to show how much faster we can make that connection, get the data, and show it to the user compared to what I was doing previously on Lambda. So we're going to go into all that, but I want to read through Upstash a little more because there are some really cool use cases on here, in particular in their blog. They did an awesome blog post recently about rate limiting at the edge with Cloudflare workers. They have a open source. I was really surprised when they said rate limiting SDK. I thought this was going to link to docs. Nope. This links to an awesome open source repo that only has 18 stars for some reason. I can't easily show the star count. There it is. But it is a super cool package to quickly set up a rate limiter. So for those that don't know, a rate limiter is a thing that runs before your server that, based on any of many conditions, be it who is making the call, how often they have called, what IP address they're coming from, allows you to decide whether or not their request goes through. And this allows you to easily, on an edge worker, add a rate limiter that prevents users from spamming. I think this is actually what I want to build first, specifically because of all of the people who have been abusing Roundest recently. If y'all haven't seen on... if I go back to, that's the technical interview. If I go to the Roundest results, people have spammed 98.65% Zapdos, 78.86% Dialga. These are people spamming the endpoints and absolutely screwing up the usage and utilization on my Vercel and on my Planet scale. I want that to stop. So I think the first thing we're going to do is make that stop using the new rate limit SDK. How do we feel about that as our first thing to do with Redis? And then we can go possibly build a whole app with it from scratch after. I'm taking a look at this example repo here. I think most of the code is going to be in the middleware. Redis, rate limit fixed, middleware. Look at that. This looks fantastic. Want to see how easily we can get this going? Let's do it. Before I get started, I want to quickly thank all of the people who have contributed since the stream started. I am sorry I've not been shouting people out anywhere near enough. Dylan Kappa just resubbed. Thank you so much. Guirods, Laturks, King Blurbs, Kudos, or Cuds, Alcandez. I've seen you around a bit. Thank you for continuing to resub, man. Koskin, Matt, Katsuma, Zyfric. Wesky gifted a sub earlier. God, I know there was more. Somebody gifted 5 subs. I'm almost positive it was CJE. So shout out CJE. Always good to see you here, man. I really appreciate the contributions and gifts as always. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you fix that if you don't want to be getting ads. And if you are subscribed, make sure you join the Discord so you have access to the sub-only channel. I also just noticed that Aiden doesn't have a sub for some reason. Somebody should definitely fix that one quick. Not Aiden. Anyone else should fix it, but someone should get Aiden a sub quick. Shode, thank you for the sub. Super appreciate that. And also all the people who contributed on YouTube earlier. Y'all are the best as well. I love you guys on YouTube. Sorry I don't show your chat as much, but I am keeping an eye on it much more so now that I fixed my setup. It's like recycling your salary. That's a fair point. But you subscribed with Prime on my channel. I love that. That is a high honor, Aiden. I'll take it. So the resub from Deep Fried, the tier 3 resub from Deep Fried. Appreciate that a ton, man. There was one other tier 3. I want to make sure the tier 3s get their special love. Who is the tier 3 resub? Twitch isn't letting me load this anymore. Grr. Well, I love all of my tier 3 subs. I see a bunch of you guys here. Appreciate y'all immensely. And another person who just joined on YouTube as well. Oh, Circuit. Thank you, man. Always see you around. How many subs currently? The numbers went down. A lot of the gifts expired, which happens. We're at 1,785 subscriptions on Twitch now, which is still an absurd number that I am very proud of. I also noticed that pre-rolls are about to start again, so I am going to run an ad, and then we're going to get started because I want to avoid pre-rolls as much as possible as we get things going here. So I'll just run it now. If it lets me. It might not let me. Oh, there we go. God, that was an experience. First word is line wrapping. That's hilarious. Yeah, he does definitely push the limits of how many badges you can have. Also, love the people who don't have ads. Thank you all for subscribing. Oh, Tevin, you were subbed. Oh, previously subbed for 1 month. I think you have to re-sub. Can't give the specific user a tier 3? I thought you could. If they already have a sub, you might not be able to. I'm pretty sure you can gift subs at a specific tier. Yeah, it's in the modal when you do it. It's not the best UI for it, but you absolutely can. Anyways, that ad is almost done, which means I can start talking again and people will actually see it. And thank you all again for the subs. Really appreciate it. Oh, another 5 gifts from Wes. Thank you, man. And Guy. God, y'all are crazy. Appreciate it immensely. Throw hands with the ad block gang. Yeah, I get it. Ads are annoying, but I highly, like, if you can contribute to the creators, like, ads are such a huge part of how we make our money. On YouTube, you can do YouTube Premium, which pays the creators that you watch significantly better. So I highly recommend doing YouTube Premium in order to have ad-free YouTube if you can. And on Twitch, there's still Twitch Turbo. It's a little hard to find, but it's the same deal where just it pays way better. So if you're able to, you whitelist YouTubers you like, that's a good strategy as well. Yeah, if you're a YouTube Premium subscriber, you can download videos, and when you download the video, it counts as a full play, which helps both in algorithm placement and revenue a ton. So definitely a good thing to do if you can. I want to make sure I shout out T-Lint and Amos for your resubscriptions as well. You're both resubbing with Prime, which is huge, that you came back here and clicked the Prime button twice. Means a ton. Is it time to get started? Does YouTube download count as a full play? It does not, sadly. It's time to learn Redis. This is a blog post on how to get started. They told me I could stream, so we're going to test the limits of that. I am not going to hide my screen when I set this up. And if they reveal the info for the new database I created with like just showing it on the screen, I'll be upset. I'll delete it and redo it. It's a mistake a lot of people make, but this is learning for everybody. So let's see. We'll roundest rate limiter. Do I make it global? Do they even say here what they recommend or if they have a recommendation? Do not choose global. Instead, create multiple databases in different regions where you expect traffic. Interesting. That sounds more complex than I was expecting. That's fine. We'll go with it for now. The database is already in West 2, so hitting an edge in West 2 is not going to be the worst thing. It's definitely going to show it. Cool. Let's see. I am expecting it now. Do we want to SSL it? I don't think it. Let's not SSL it for now. Creating. Let's see. It doesn't show it. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Great job, Upstash. Thank you. Now I'm going to hide my screen for a sec. No, I'm going to go set up the environment first. And then when I'm doing environment variables, we'll deal with the next part. Cool. So happy that Upstash is already catching these W's this early. CD code, tmux. Using Redis client with TLS kind of sucks. The URL does not have the password. I do not think, no. Why is that open? Nope. The password is separate. I have to copy it separately. So I'm going to just ask, what is Upstash? Upstash is the easiest way to set up Redis for your serverless environments and distribute it around the world. It's kind of like Vercel, but instead of for your code and your deployment, it's for your Redis and your scaling of it. Cool. Oh, yeah, it shows it there. It hides it here and shows it here. So close. So close. And we all missed it too. Guys, don't put the password here. It has been reset. Hiding the environment. Poor Gore was in the middle of clipping the win when we took the L. Poor thing. I feel bad. I'm going to... I hate that I won't be able to look at this because the samples are good, but it shows the code in there. So I am going to go... I'm just going to not have that open for the time being and do my best to avoid it until we actually need to be there. So I think I have a separate stream. Is it roundest? I don't think I have this downloaded right now. Make dear stream, cd stream. And no, it's not the username, it's the password. I triple checked when I went through that again. It just, it shows you the password. So close, but so far. Cool. I wanted to go grab roundest. Come on. Quick. Hop into here, git clone this URL. Damn, with the gift subs, guys. We got Deep Fried with the 5 gift subs and Chalks with the 10 gift subs. Nuts, guys. Thank you all so much. We just broke 1,800 subs again. Insanity. Somebody just said they don't know what Redis is for and they're afraid to ask. And that's actually a really important rant I should probably go on and clip and put at the beginning of the video. Upstash or Redis is effectively a key value store in memory that is fast as hell. The goal of Redis is to make it easy to take like a computer with some memory, like RAM, and then share what's in that RAM with multiple computers as quickly as possible. Redis is mini database, really, really fast. An in-memory key value store is the short of it. Generally, Redis is used for caching, but it can be used as a database. It can be used as an auth check. It can be used as a rate limiter. It can be used for all sorts of things. One of the cool use cases that I actually might touch on in a bit is you can use it for NextAuth as your auth provider or your auth adapter that actually stores the auth state. So in here, Upstash Redis is an option, and this will make your authorization for your like applications insanely faster than it is if you're using Prisma as the backing for your NextAuth setup. Super, super cool stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of like within the T3 stack, there are genuinely a ton of cool places to stuff in Upstash and to stuff in Redis. I didn't take the sponsor because I needed the money. I took the sponsor because I needed the money, and I think Redis or Upstash and Redis fit well into the stack. That was a really convenient like point that I recognized as soon as they hit me up. And it's something funny enough, I had made an account on Upstash a day before they hit me up. It was just a perfect opportunity. So I know that they're paying me, but I do genuinely think that this fits our stack really well. So that's what Redis is. It is a super fast key value memory or store based in memory. I see Aiden commenting on how Memcache is still the better thing for caching, and Redis is like much more for like constantly changing data, which is fair. I'm excited still to play with this. First, I need to get Roundest working, which is going to suck pretty hard the more I think about it. Git status. Open this up. npm install quick. How hard is it to set up Redis without Upstash? I haven't done long enough to say. I know that you can do it with Railway, but it doesn't handle any of the global stuff. It doesn't handle any of like the rollover stuff. There's a lot of other ways to deploy your Redis, but Upstash is one of like the biggest community like pushers. They have awesome stuff. It's almost like Upstash to Redis kind of feels like Vercel to Next in a lot of ways, where they're building all of the ecosystem pieces for us as serverless developers to not worry about the relationship between the different Redis instances and scale it forever. I am genuine. If we were using Redis at Ping, I would be using Upstash. So in here, we have the old project. I'm so scared to see version numbers here. What version of Next? Okay, 12.04. That's a lot less bad than I was expecting. Yeah, none of these are old enough that I'm gonna like be very upset with. So when I asked if they have to pay for Redis and Upstash, no, Redis is the open source protocol that is used on Upstash. It's kind of similar to like MySQL and PlanetScale, where that is what they are using, and you're just paying them to use it directly. Their pricing is actually really good too. It's 2 cents per 100,000 commands. So you can do 100,000 requests to your Upstash Redis instance for 2 cents. That is absurd. So, yeah. I personally would rather pay this very small fee. 20 cents. Yeah, not 2 cents. 20 cents per 100,000 commands, which is, they should have a zero there. I'm bad at reading. Yeah, 20 cents per 100,000 commands is nuts. And I will happily pay that to never think about these things again. Somebody said it's kind of like Mongo to Atlas. And yeah, that's also a very, very good comparison. Somebody else else was comparing Redis to SQLite. SQLite is not memory based by default. SQLite writes to a hard disk and keeps things there. You can, if you want, move that to memory. I've seen people do it, but the performance isn't going to be as good as Redis. Oh, I just shared the password again. This sucks. They really need to not have this be visible. Cool. The form for the password reset stays populated, so I was able to reset that much more easily this time. Cool. Let's give this one more go. I need to set up the environment variables for this. I'm just going to npm run dev and see what happens. It's unhappy with being old. That's going to fail because I don't have environment variables. Cool. So I think I can Vercel, or let's see. npx Vercel link. Do I recommend doing this in production? Probably not. Do I have roundest in here? Let me check. I'm going to hide for a sec when I check all my Vercel projects to figure out where I actually left this project. God, I have to hit the show more button in Vercel now. I think I put it in either the ping or... Yeah, put it in the freaking ping Vercel account. I forgot about that because I was hitting limits and I moved my pro account over to be ping. I'll let you guys see how I actually do this part though. Screen. Yes. Ping labs. Link. Yep. Cool. px Vercel nv pull. And now I should be able to npm run dev with the exact same environment that's in production locally without you guys seeing any of it. And look at that. It did exactly what it was supposed to. So the first thing I want to build is a rate limiter for this. Actually, the first thing I want to do is upgrade the next version so we have the new middleware stuff because the old middleware patterns suck hard. So let's do that first. Can I... Next, 12.2.5 is the most recent, right? Probably patch that up in a bit too. Yeah, 12.2.5. pm install. Kill that. Igor, the environment leaks, we're at 2 environment leaks so far because I leaked the password twice and I safely got that down once. So flip your numbers. Update by changing package JSON is mad lad. It's right there. When I hover, it tells me what the newest version is. It's great. Why would I do it any differently? Half joking. You should probably use the tools, but I don't use the tools. Number of environment variables that leak prediction on Twitch. Oh, that is a hilarious idea. That is an actually hilarious idea. I will think on that. Cool. So now I have this set up locally. We have the new setup. Let's start by going to not the tab that has that. I want to just yoink this middleware. Just going to copy paste, see what we have to learn from there. And here, We want to go to pages middleware.ts. Is it pages middleware or is it just middleware? Next.js middleware TS. Interesting. They have you put it up so high. I'm putting it in source. And it matches on API hello. We want it to match on API tRPC. Does the matcher let me do this? Is that valid? I think I can just match all API calls here. That's fine. Need to install these packages. Cool. Now with those installed, I should be able to get this configured. Does it have environment variables for how it's connecting? Oh, yeah, these are up here. Redis from environment. Interesting. How does it do that? Where is the source code I was just reading? Here it is. Maybe. No. It'd be cool if they showed how they do that part. I just want to say, like, are there specific environment variables I can use that will autofill so I don't have to do anything else? Like the Redis.from environment thing. I should probably go read the like Redis docs. JavaScript. I just want to know what it expects those to be. I'll just go to Upstash/Redis. No, what's the name of the JavaScript package? Upstash Redis. There we go. And in here, new Redis URL token. Upstash environments. Or load directly from NV. Does it say what it expects those keys to be to load directly from NV? Because it doesn't seem to anywhere. Upstash Redis REST URL and Upstash Redis REST token. Will those... Yeah, that'll work for how this handles things. Cool. I'm going to hide all that momentarily. Wow, the overlay I have for everything seems to have broken hilariously. That's fun. Let me grab those keys and quickly put those in the environment quick. Sorry, I can't share my screen while I do this and risk breaking everything. Equals, let's grab that URL from in here. Node. The examples in here just show you what to pass when you create the client. Wait, why are the examples with IO Redis and Node Redis and not... Oh, there's the Upstash Redis. Cool. Yoink. 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 And what was the other key you guys shared? That one equals double quote. Cool. And if I did all of that right, I should be able to close that, show my screen again, and theoretically this should just work now. I'm going to throw a bunch of console logs in here. Oh, fuck. All right. Let's see. Cool. I want to make the window smaller because people are like voting very fast, and I'll have to account for that. But theoretically, I should now be able to reopen this. That should just work. Are we reticent? Success true. Cool. So if I do a bunch of stuff really fast, like too fast, we should get limited. Look at that. See that? We hit a limit. That's actually really cool, guys. I actually think that's cool as hell. That it was that easy to block people from spamming too hard. Do you know how hard that shit used to be to do? I just copy pasted this code. Here, I'm going to bump this to just 20 in 10 seconds. That's one vote every half second. It has to fetch, and then when you vote, that's another request. So there's 2 requests each time. Yeah. I would imagine that what's happening when we hit those limits is failures on the client side. See, this is not a valid JSON response. I would probably, so yeah, this rewrites to /API/blocked. You could change this to rewrite to whatever the hell you want to. Right now, it's just hitting the blocked, but in the future, we could redirect that to something that makes more sense. Yeah, I'm actually hyped at how easy that was. Let's px vercel v push. Does that not exist? That's annoying. Add if I put the variable from here, I'm actually curious. So someone said what the variable was earlier. I don't want to open the environment variable file so people will see it. So I want to see vercel, npx vercel, nv add. It doesn't grab it from my environment. That's really dumb. npx vercel nv. Is it --nv? No, it doesn't work. I'm just going to do it the manual way. Let's vercel. Because even if I do it in the CLI and it shows it there, yeah. Things $ thing. Yeah. I'm going to do it the way I'm used to, which is a crappy web UI. Hit that guy here. And this guy here. Oh, what did that do? That did not do what it was supposed to. Oh, that's copying the actual token, not the name. That's dumb. Okay. Looks like that's all added, which means I should theoretically be able to get status, get add, that got removed, that got formatted. now I'm just committing it now quick. We're committing added Upstash Redis based rate limiter. Git push. And in however much time it takes for Vercel to deploy that, I'll open up the ping account. It doesn't matter too much. Oh, it's here because I just deployed on it. We want us to deploy. Let's take a bit, not too long, hopefully. Since I changed the next version, it's probably going to be faster. Don't ask about Guzzlord. More coming in the future. Cool. This should deploy pretty quick. Build's going. Okay, Guzzlord is my attempt at turbo repoing the massive ping code base. It was going well, then it stopped going well, and I will do more in the future. I use the name Guzzlord because it's a big round Pokemon that is goofy as shit and probably a bad idea. And it felt fitting for trying to mono repo a code base that had been around for as long as it was. Yo, Goldstaff, thanks for stopping by. Pumped that you found my YouTube and that you found your way all the way here. Looks like the build here is completed. Hot take on conventional commits. I don't care how people commit. Maybe in like big open source repos where it matters, like you want commit messages to be a consistent like version log. That makes sense. Otherwise, I don't care. So that now, theoretically, if I just refresh super fast, so I'm making tons of requests, we should be rate limited. There we go. See that? See that, guys? How cool is that? I'm actually really hyped on how easy that was. I'm going to start using this for other things. That's dope. Rate limiters suck to set up, and I just made it so y'all can't spam this goddamn API as hard. That's really cool. 404 is right because we're redirecting to something that doesn't exist. So this is getting rewritten to /API/backend. I could write it to something else. 429 is the right message. I could API blocked go make that a 429 in the API. So let's do that. New file blocked.ts. You know what? I bet that these guys thought ahead here. And in their next example, I have a feeling. Look at that. There's your 429. That you were absolutely correct is the thing we should be sending. Git status, git add. Send correct, blocked, response. Git push. And now we have a properly rate limited, spec compliant solution. How cool is that? So as I didn't announce the stream, I absolutely did. I'll hit the publish button in case that didn't get published, but yeah. Fantastic to have you guys here. We're talking Redis now. And I am genuinely really hyped at how easy that was to set up. I am probably going to start throwing this in front of a lot of my other APIs because my shit's getting spammed hard lately. Yeah, this is a video in and of itself. I'm going to hit that marker button because everything before that can be a video of its own. And I want to play with some harder stuff now. We should take a look at other things we can do with Redis. I was going to try and speed up Roundest. I thought that would be fun, but the data model, in particular, like the voting, is much more SQL-y than it is key value story. And I don't necessarily feel like architecting a voting system that works great with a key value store. That actually sounds like hell, and I would like to avoid that hell. But I do kind of want to see how this works with auth. So, shall we See how much faster we can make the auth on Zapdos, maybe? That could be fun. What do you guys think? Y'all, there are a lot of people in chat who know Redis better than me. What should we do with Redis? Give me some ideas, nerds. This is your thing, not mine. Let me close a bunch of tabs quick because we got this working surprisingly quick. Auth. We feeling auth so far? Be cool if we get other options. I'm down to do the auth one. I think that'll be cool, but I think it's going to be similar to this where it's quick to set up and then it's done, which is awesome, but also like not the most necessary demonstration. Cron job with Redis. Ooh, link shortener. Fuck, that's really good. Yeah, we need to go do that. God damn it. So the only reason that I don't think it's as necessary for the link shortener, it's very good for the link shortener. Yeah, I'm leaning on the link shortener. Someone asked, how do I stop people from spamming so hard that it racks up a bill? Spammers are something you have to deal with, period. That's the reality of like building applications that are public facing. You have to pay that cost somewhere. It was way more expensive when I was paying for the Lambda invocations on my Vercel like deploy. What's these like 20 cents for 100,000? Yeah, that sucks. You have to send 100,000 requests to cost me 20 cents though. That's a lot. And it saves me significantly. Like you'd have to put in effort to cost me more than $5. And you would have to spend a lot more money than $5 to do that to me. The only way you could further prevent is put another layer of like a Cloudflare like DNS protection ahead so that if requests like keep coming in like that, you can block them at a DNS level. But yeah. I think the link shortener and the auth are the two best options. We could do both. We could rebuild the link shortener using this. Let's do a link shortener again. Tell you guys what. I have a fun way to do this. We're going to do a poll. And the poll is going to be Redis versus, or what next with Redis. The options here are going to be auth or link shortener. But if you guys gift 30 subs before the poll is done, we'll do both. And I'll stay live longer than I intend to, because that will take a lot longer. Because we're going to start from scratch. So if you guys want me to start from scratch and do a full, fresh code project, 30 gifted subs, or 30 subs total. If you all just use your solo subs, that counts towards it too, for sure. And if the poll finishes before then we're going with whichever wins the poll. Y'all got 5 minutes. You got people gifting already. Good shit. Appreciate y'all immensely. And you subscribed yourself, Bu. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you, man. I am also going to run ads now because if I don't now, we're screwed. Dylan, thank you so much for the 10 gifts. We're over a third of the way already. And Paradoxal just subscribed with their Prime. For those who don't know, your Prime subscription, or if you're an Amazon Prime user, you can link your Amazon account to your Twitch account and you get one free subscription every month that you could be giving to a content creator like me. That's $5 a month that's just not being spent that could be gifted to somebody else like myself. So make sure if you're not already that you take advantage of the opportunity to get a free subscription on Twitch. Also, another 5 gift subs from LaFlame Not Scott. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, Not Scott. Yo, YouTube gang. Good to see y'all here as well. Chalk. Do I count Chalk's 10 gifted towards it? I'll count Chalk's 10 gifted towards it. Actually, you decide, Chalks. Should I count your 10 gifted towards this goal or not? Do you want it to count? Your call. Count 5 of them. I like that idea. So that puts us at 20 gifted plus the 21, 22, 23. We're at 24 so far. So we're only 6 away. And Chalk said not to count his. So I'll take that 5 away. We're at 20 with the one additional sub that just came through for Reggie. One more gift. That puts us at 21. We're super close. God, you guys still have half the time too. Shit. So somebody mentioned on YouTube, Theo already built a link shortener. You're correct. One way to view this is I'm rebuilding the link shortener if we hit the goal, and I'm moving the link shortener over if we don't. And we absolutely just hit the goal with Chalks gifting another 10 subs. Thank you so much, man. I super appreciate that. Also see the resubs coming through as well. Good shit. We're absolutely doing it now. Looks like I have to rebuild the link shortener from scratch again. That'll be fun. Thankfully, we have the OG source code to reference, but yeah, I'm excited. Let's build a uber fast link shortener with uber fast authentication. Should be fun. Good stuff. I actually hyped on this. Can you use Upstash with Railway? Absolutely. As long as you put the environment variables in, anything that like runs code that has network access can use Upstash. That's one of the cool things. It's something I'm going to talk about in another stream soon. One of the benefits of something like Upstash, I wish I could show you the dashboard page, but I can't because then my environment variables will leak again. But when you connect with, that's the API compatibility that I'm less interested in. SDKs, Upstash, Redis. When you connect with something like Upstash, Redis, HTTP based. This means anything that can make a fetch request can use Upstash, which is super, super cool. PlanetScale recently did something very similar, actually, where PlanetScale introduced their HTTP API, and I am so excited to talk more about this. It came out between my last stream and this stream. So, and this stream was already sponsored ahead of time, but I'm probably going to go very in-depth on this on the next stream, maybe even this weekend if I have time to do another stream, because PlanetScale is trying to give you that level of access that something like Upstash provides by letting you hit your SQL via HTTP. This is one of the necessary building blocks to DIY your own much faster Prisma, and I have it working. People have been lurking my GitHub. You might have seen this, pscaleastro.t3.gg. This is a repo that is hitting PlanetScale via the HTTP API and rendering an Astro app on the edge on request. So this gives you a good idea of, like, in your network environment, wherever you are, what is your full round trip time from request to painted on the page. So that'll be the next rant that I'm very excited about. How many gifts left? We're way over it. People went nuts on the subs booleans. So we're absolutely doing this. The auth won the poll, but it's actually very close. People wanted both, it seems, which is cool that we're doing both. I think I'm going to take a super quick smoke. I should have ran the ad before then, not after. My bad on that. Hit the... I'm not going to market this yet. Yeah. I don't need to take a break just yet. I'll just smoke here. I'm actually going to tweet about this because I'm actually really excited about it. I can do that on this computer. Make sure I'm not leaking DMs. I was leaking DMs. I am no longer leaking DMs. Just added a rate limiter to my old Next app in literally 5 minutes. Good stuff at Upstash. Am I even following them yet? It's embarrassing. They're paying me not following them. I need to fix that. I am good at my landing page tweets. I'll share this in chat if y'all want to spam that. So they asked, how do I hide and unhide my screen so quick? I don't have my cables long enough, but this guy, my Stream Deck. I can hit the little buttons here to switch. Super easy. Lifesaver. Having your Stream Deck set up properly is one of like the best quality of life things you can do as a content creator. It made my life so much better. I all caps when I'm excited, and I'm genuinely excited. I'll be legit. I picked the rate limiter first because I actually thought I was going to take the whole stream trying to figure that out and get it all deployed, and it happened way smoother and way simpler than expected. Also, 12K followers on Twitch. God damn. These numbers are nuts. Appreciate y'all so much. So love the love on the tweet. That will help a ton. How long have I studied Redis? I have not studied Redis. I know what it does, and I've looked into using it for things in the past, but I've never actually like used it meaningfully other than hitting someone else's existing Redis solution when building in a backend code base. And that was years ago. So having this automatically work with really good source code examples, like really good source code examples. I don't often say, wow, that was really good about someone else's Next.js code. But this was fantastic. The example in here was exactly what we needed. It was the middleware. I would have liked for it to have a better matcher. Oh, I just realized that the matcher also runs on the blocked, which is bad. So I need to opt out of the matcher. Oh, no, they handled this here. Oh, no, did they? No, we're not opting out if the batch is, or if the match is for something else. I can change that very quickly, though. Let's quickly console log the request URL just to make sure it is what I think it is. Are we Redis? Nope, that's not what I was thinking. I want the path then. I think that's an option here. Is it not anymore? Next URL? That might be what I'm looking for. Protocol. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So I'm doing a quick opt out here. So if request dot next URL path name. Let's get out of here early. If request, oh, was that auto completing correctly? Cool. Then we escape. I guess I can do the right thing. Cool. Comment early, escape if hitting the blocked redirect. Cool. Fix redirect, get push. Nice. So now that's fixed in production. I should probably check the production environment. I don't care enough to. I trust it works, and if it doesn't, somebody will yell at me. Kill. Time to create a new T3 app. Let's do it. I don't need both of these. npx create T3 app. We're going to do an interesting set of things I haven't done before. Faster, or we'll do Redis links, or Redis shorteners. Redis shortener, we'll go with that for now. TypeScript, next auth, Tailwind, and TRPC. Very interesting combo. I've actually never seen what this template looks like if you leave out Prisma. Oh, that's funny. If it doesn't fill the full line, then the rewrite doesn't work there. That's funny. Terminal apps are hard to make. CD Redis shortener. Probably have made this after that. npm install. Oh, sorry, did that. npm run dev. Git status. And I want this code environment instead. Cool. I think that this should be good to get started now. Let me check the local environment, see what it's mad about. Not mad about anything just yet, which is cool. I think that it leaves the next auth environment variables empty by default. Oh, it's env.example. So we're going to rename this to .env. And I'm just going to use GitHub because I'm lazy. I think that's fine. Yep. Show you guys how to do GitHub auth. I trust that they did this right and it won't leak immediately. Somebody said something about fast prototyping and TypeScript. Yeah, I move faster with TypeScript than JavaScript because I don't have to worry about making dumb mistakes. It's great. At least the token when you do it here. Okay, cool. We'll go all of the way through so people can see the whole process until right at the end. Probably just leaked my email too, whatever. People are going to find that anyways. So don't trust this leaking GitHub keys is scary. Yeah, I just want to call it one thing in particular because I've made this mistake. I've seen others make this mistake a billion goddamn times. When you're making a new app for GitHub for your next author, any like OAuth thing, you're making a new OAuth app. So it's actually not here. It's developer settings. Yeah, OAuth app. So you don't want a GitHub app. You want to make an OAuth app. This is the thing you want to make. I've seen a lot of people make this mistake, and the errors you get are not very intuitive. You want to create a new OAuth application. So I'm going to do this super fast. Redis shortener. I haven't picked the URL for it yet. That's 3000. And then I need to get the callback URL. Let's actually look at the docs for this on NextAuth. Documentation. Adapters. Actually, no, I did want the provider first. I want to grab the GitHub provider info here and see what it recommends for the callback URL. No, does it not say in here? I always forget off the top of my head. Visualization. No, getting started. It's /callback/ I think. So API auth callback GitHub. Should probably made that a little easier. Register. Hide so I don't accidentally leak the tokens. Let me go paste these in quick. Generate a new client secret. I have to do this via my mobile phone, I guess. Quickly do that. I have to open the GitHub app, I think. GitHub. I will say the GitHub app is way better than I expected. I do a lot of like code reviews and shit with it and didn't think I would enjoy it. And I do pretty often. So take that as you will. Okay, those are both created. And then for the, I don't think I need to do the URL. I'll do a secret quick though. No, I don't need that one. I need this one. Cool. Theoretically now, if I did all of that correctly, we should be able to add auth. So let's hop in here, make sure that source page is API auth. Yeah, process environment, GitHub URL could be undefined. Why isn't this using the validated GitHub or validated environment? Is that Is the template not updated for if you're not using Prisma, I'm guessing? I don't need it, but it would have been nice to have the validated environment variables. Yeah, I can work off this. I also kind of want to remove the credentials providers. I don't want to encourage people to do that. If you want to do that, that's your problem. Don't encourage that behavior. Cool. That image credentials. You don't. Did you not see the password rant? Don't freaking use passwords. Bad. Passwords are bad. Cool. This should just work. I'm probably gonna have to restart the app quick. Oh, I haven't connected it to a provider of any form yet, or to an adapter yet. We have to give this an adapter. I don't know why it's not like complaining that it doesn't have an adapter yet. Let's next auth. Yoink. That should be dev install, shouldn't it? Adapters are optional. What does it do if you don't have one? Does it run in memory? Let's see what it does. I'm curious. Auth. Sign in with GitHub. That appears to have worked. If I go display index. Oh, auth showcase. Guys, mount this guy. Ha! Check that out. I love this template. Create T3 app guys are killing it. I love y'all. The community's awesome. And the fact that I can make some like that you just made this demonstration so much easier for me is just, it's almost like funny how in one way my content is good enough that my content became easier to make. And in the other, just the raw quality of what you guys have produced is unreal. I sign out, it just has to sign in. I sign in with GitHub. Nice. I'm going to go to this component quick because I think the sign in. Sign out or sign in. If I just pick GitHub here, then it will auto sign in with GitHub. Sign out, sign in. Ta-da! Super cool. Anyways, let's connect this to Redis. Once I get working auth with GitHub. And now I should actually make the new environment on here. Don't want to accidentally leak things again. I can create and then, oh no, I have to add a payment method for more options here. I'll do that super quick. It's fine. Probably should have prepped this part ahead of time. Let's use that card. Add. Cool. Now that's added. It should let me make a new database. Cool. You can actually pass a prefix, so you can use one Redis instance for multiple apps. That's actually really cool. I'm reading through the docs here. Using multiple apps with a single Upstash Redis instance. That's really cool. I was saying Prisma needs to do this for a while, so you can use like one instance of Planet Scale with multiple Prisma deploys. It's really cool that this is an example here. Let's do it. Cool. This is, or I'll just call it, Redis shortener or link shortener. This one can be global, right? Any real issue with auth being global? I say, yeah, let's do it. If it breaks, it breaks. We can learn from it. Oh, Julius, I almost definitely was using a very old Create T3 app. Is it worth doing a fresh one quick? Because that was definitely hitting a cached version. Let's do that. npx create T3 app at latest. Yeah, I was definitely using an old one. I didn't have some of those questions in it. Cool. Somebody said in YouTube chat that there's no issue with global. Oh, it's NS. Fantastic. Love that you're here, man. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I am pumped that I can use the global for that. Shoot. CD RDS2. Let's get this open in VS Code. I am going to yoink a bunch of things from here quick, just because I wrote them and it's easier. If I go to pages, index. Oh, the auth showcase is already mounted in this version, it seems. No, it's not. That's fine. I can paste that. Save that. I'm not using these loading, which is fine. The other thing I need to do is, use the Discord provider now instead of the GitHub one. I might just yoink this file and ignore the type errors for now, just to make my life a little easier. Oh, we have a warning for it. I do like that we have a warning for it. Fine, I'll do it the right way. And client or environment.server. And I can go here, change the two Discord instances to GitHub. Schema here, change this to GitHub. And now I'm going to hide the screen because I have to edit some environment variables. Oh, wow. I was using a very old version. This has gotten so much better. We're not using Prisma, so I don't need that. I think that is it. This should just work. npm run dev. Typing is hard. I'm still logged in. Good stuff. Cool. That did not take long at all. Leak number fucking 3. I'm just going to put in the environment variable now. NS, if you're here, y'all were so close. So close that it hurts. The password is hidden, but not in the little code snippets. Right there. You can make the fix. It's like, it's actually going to be annoying to do now I think about it. But yeah, that's like the only complaint I have had so far is I've leaked my environment variables too many times for one stream. Let me yoink this guy. Move over to here. Don't need this anymore. Don't need that anymore. Need this here. And I need this guy here. And if I did that all correctly, that should be done. Cool. Sorry about that. We're now good. Oh, peace, Ollie. Thanks for stopping by as always. Yeah, no hard feelings, Ines. Like, it's you put in the effort. You know to hide the passwords. Everyone gets this wrong. Planet Scale took like 7 redos to fix it. I think they actually broke it once again. Most people aren't optimizing for the streamer use case. I understand. Just, yeah. If you could hide the password in that field, unless you hit the copy button, that'd be dope. I'm not worried about the credit card. Even if you did, it'd be like $5. Don't worry at all. Y'all are way above average in terms of all of this so far, and this experience has been way better than I had high hopes, medium expectations. This has been great overall, though. Cool. With that done, I can now link up that adapter. So if we, that's not what I was looking for. It is this guy. Cool. Let's grab this all. Oh, I don't even need to do that. I can rip the code from earlier. If I go back to the Redis shortener, or not Redis shortener, I wanted to go to Roundest. My bad. Roundest. I can yoink this guy. What was that? Oh, God fucking damn it. That's 4, 5, and 6. I leaked 3 things there. Fuck. I can't, the blur filter's not going to help. I command shift T'd. I accidentally opened the tab. Let's reset this. Generate new secret. Copy. Paste. And grab a new one from Upstash as well. And I got my new REST token. Paste, save, close. I am opening and closing a bunch of stuff, so Command T won't, or Command Shift T won't do the thing I don't want it to. Okay, cool. It should be significantly harder for me to leak things now. Cool. I do want to grab from RoundestMon. What am I? Okay, just upstash/redis. That's easy enough. I thought I installed this. Maybe not. Or did I dev install it? Oh, I think I installed in the other project. Okay, Upstash, Redis adapter. We're not really. Yeah, we do use this. That would go in here. Let me just check the source code on this. Oh, that's nice and simple. Cool. I think I now have auth via Redis. That's, I probably have to kill and restart this for it to work. It's not what I did. Tmux attach. How things go. Oh. Cool. Am I done? I think that's auth working on Redis. It's very fast. Yeah, let's commit that. Something I want to try. I'm actually curious how well this works. I want to server render this page on the edge worker and see if I can actually run the API on it too. I want to be clear. I do not think this will work. I will be very surprised if this does. It might work here and then not in production. That's another option here. I am curious as to how this goes. So export config equal or const config equals let's next.js blog experimental runtime. I think it's experimental edge is what I put for that. And by putting that here, I can now export const get server side props equals async request response. I think it's just context is what we get here. And I want to validate the auth here. I think we have an unstable example here. That's for restricted. Yoink here. Is context? Yeah, it is. So that has everything I need. This needs ctx.res as well. And if this is, what is it upset about? What else does it need? Oh, the next auth options. That I can grab as well. Next auth options. I think I need to go to API. And then pass these here as well. I think that will now block the page on off. Cannot resolve V8. What's trying to import V8? Oh, next auth is. I thought they had an edge example for next auth. Did they not? Should have had a V8 is a very funny reply to that. Middleware. Cats are causing a ruckus. And API routes. And that's what I did. From next auth middlewares. Does it have examples? Gar. It doesn't seem like we can do this unless we move to JWTs, which I'm annoyed by, but we can get Jotty. Actually, do you guys want to see me make this work with Redis for the URLs first, or do you want to see me break my ass making this work for next auth on the edge? That's upgrade v4. I just want to see breakout. Okay, that I figure that's what you guys would want to see. Let's do it. JWT configuration. Oh, this is the upgrade guide. If enable session strategy. I haven't actually done this before in here a session. Oh, is that just okay? That makes sense. So I would in here do session strategy JWT. And now my auth should be broken. Well, the whole page is still broken. I'll screw with that in a bit. For now, I'm just going to comment out. Yeah, I'll comment out this guy for now. Yeah, and it failed because JWT wasn't used before. So now my auth is dead. But if I sign back in, it's now signed in with a JWT. And the pop-in happens because the sign-in is seen initially, and we don't have session data, even though we're using JWT strat. That all makes sense. Cool. I trying to decide how I want to proceed to try and force this to work on the edge. I wish that the docs in here had a better middle where is this yeah, this is the doc I'm looking for. I'm actually curious, like with this as the default behavior. Hey, bud, chill out. With this as the default behavior in a middleware, I am actually really curious if that's smart enough to prehydrate auth. I'm guessing no, but I want to know. So let's see if that prehydrates. It does not. Didn't think it would, but it's cool to know. Yeah, the Redis server is not going to help with the JWT. I am using the JWT because my goal here is get everything on the edge. The Redis adapter isn't going to do a whole lot. It is going to persist like the user match in my or on my database, but it isn't going to be used to validate the auth on every request. So what I was hoping I would be able to do is use this middleware checker. Yep, that's all correct. I think I have to check the frickin' source code for this. What's the advanced usage? With auth middleware. As parts of the sign-in code need to run in a node environment. I love NextAuth, but it is a bit behind in these ways. Oh, interesting. This got updated yesterday. Or was that 2 days ago? 2 days ago. Still cool. I want to look at the source code for this, though. Packages, NextAuth. What was where am I importing from for this? This is imported from NextAuth/middleware. So I would think, oh, here it is, middleware TS. From ./next/middleware. Cool. How much code here? Not too much. Okay, I need to rip the get token. And how do I actually get the token off the request? Oh, you can pass it a request. I don't think I need any of these things other than the secret and the request. So let's try it this way. I'm actually really curious. I'm gonna kill all of this for now. Paste that. Yoink. Comment back in, but we want this here. And I have to import get token from next.jwt. Request ctx.request. And then the secret is nv dot. Oh, is next.auth secret not one of the things that we pre-configure? I guess that you're not supposed to access it, but yeah, I'm just gonna not do it that way and do an ignore. Where is, they say, okay, yeah, next.auth underscore secret. That's what I thought it was. Let's go back here. Process.environment.nextauth secret. We'll get a warning. I don't care. This JWT, how do we turn, can we turn that JWT into a session, or do I have to hit my database to get that? Please hide NV. Where am I showing the NV? I'm not opening it. It's the wrong environment import intentionally because I don't feel like making this one type safe. I am trying to see if there's any way for me to get a session out of a token or out of a JWT. I guess that this is basically the shape of a session. I think if I just do that, I am curious what happens. Self is not defined. What's referencing self? How far are we getting? Console.log token. Still not getting there. I don't even want to know what self is not defined is coming from. I knew this would be suffering, but goddamn. Anyone smarter than me got an idea? No? So the issue is I get self is not defined after making all the changes that I thought would handle this. Let me see, can I get this far? Pre-token. Do I get that far? I don't think I'm getting that far. Yeah, I'm not. It looks like something I am importing is not enjoying running on the edge. I bet if I remove this, it will work. But it's not prehydrating correctly. What am I... That should be everything I need from the session. Let me console log the session data on client. Shoot. And here we're getting... Oh, that all goes under user. Cool. Let's do that then. Not coming through by default. Oh yeah, it is. Oh, it's because of the other stuff loading. If I kill that, actually, if I just move the secret message to be, I'm just gonna remove it for now. Yeah, that is persistently logged in. And if I comment out this guy, it isn't. That's pretty cool. Do wish I could run it on the edge. This page can be found. It's right there, I promise. Self is not defined. Yeah, so close. So close. So somebody mentioned, don't I have a source / middleware? That's not gonna help. Oh, the line 7 environment import. That might be it actually. Nope. Fuck. Somebody asked, I think it's the arrow functions. I once had that be a thing. They fixed it. So I really don't think it's that. Because the arrow functions, the problem was the config wouldn't apply if you used an arrow function instead of a keyword function. But they've almost definitely fixed that. If I just comment out the secret, what happens? Still self is not defined, so that's not the problem. There is something we are importing in here. It has to be this JWT shit, doesn't it? Like if I count this out and const token equals undefined. No? Huh? I have no idea why this wouldn't work. There's like nothing in this file. It's so boring. It's not the imports. It's Next's middleware and edge environment just being broken. Next edge runtime self is not defined. Just what's rendering? That would cause that. This is so boring and simple. Ah. Maybe if I do the like top level config. Buddy, chill. All right, my cat's being very annoying. Just read the blog post quick. Experimental. Runtime true. Cool. Unlikely that'll do anything. That didn't do anything. I didn't think it would, but it's good to know it won't. I'm just going to try the arrow function. I'm not even going to put a type def on. I don't care. Why do I even put the async keyword? Oh, it's export async function. If y'all want to see how rarely I write async functions with the syntax, there you go. Still self not defined. Yeah. The next edge shit is just, it's broken right now. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. I am sad. I was really excited for that to be very fast, and it can't be. I can't console context. It doesn't even get that far. The page doesn't load. The pre-token doesn't come out. Like, we're getting nothing. We don't get far enough for that. It doesn't even console log that. It fails to even start the environment. Kicking out my cat, 1 sec. So someone said middleware needs to be outside of the pages directory. We're not using middleware. We're using the Next Edge runtime. Next has experimental edge server rendering, and it's broken. It says line 9. What's on line 9? An empty space. It could be the use session call. Nope. It's probably still saying the same line too. This server load components is failing. Oh boy. Y'all ready to see something incredibly dumb? If this is it, I'm going to be very upset. Okay, slightly relieved. I've killed and restarted my dev server like 100 times. There isn't a simple solution here. The Next Edge runtime is broken at the moment. I'm going to comment this out and this out. This might work. Nope. Okay, here's what we're going to do. So I want to confirm my theory here quick. CD stream npx create next app at latest test edge. Why is it using yarn when I npx'd? This is a bug that we had in create T3 app that y'all fixed and they haven't. Does somebody want to file a PR to fix create next app? Because I'm not using yarn. Let's get rid of that cursed file and npm install again. And go to pages, index. It's JS by default unless you specify otherwise. I hate how much better our template is, genuinely. That's probably... Oh, no, there's no such thing as types. So we don't care here. Cool. Why is that mad? Oh, I like that as well. That makes sense. npm run dev. Oh, that's trying to serialize something that doesn't. Oh, yeah, that's a different issue. God, I hate types, or I hate JavaScript. There's nothing to serialize. Eh? Okay, now it works. Yeah. I don't know what's different about this. Oh, I know what's different about this. I am stupid and I am annoyed. Wait, no, we should be on the latest. Yeah, no, we're on the latest everything. No, never mind. I thought for a second the problem was that I was on an old version of React, and I was wrong because obviously we're not. Delete the .next folder. That is the best suggestion anyone has had so far by a lot, actually. We're going to give that a shot. Nope. I want this to be an Upstash Redis stream, not Theo being mad at Nextauth. So I'm going to not do that anymore. We're going to do everything still on Lambda, but we're going to use Redis instead of anything else. And the result should be a lot faster than using Prisma. So let's just do that for now. I'll comment all this back in. Still killing this. And I don't want any of this anymore. Cool. I need to run dev again. Now I have a working environment-ish. Oh, the middleware kicked off there. Nice. Let's go kill that middleware because we don't need it anymore. Index, localhost. Cool. I should probably render the buttons again. My cat is being so goddamn loud right now. Nice. We're signed in. Still has the pop in because it doesn't know by the time this comes up. Oh, that's fine. We can work with this. Let's see. Get status. Oh, yeah, that's working because we're not actually SSRing the page. But we're going to kill that because it is sadly not an option. Experimental. We don't want that. We do want this. Commit, cleanup, and accept our fate. Cool. So now I'm going to rip the code from my old link shortener because I don't feel like writing much code right now after dealing with that. So let's find... I don't even remember what the name of the repo was. It's really been that long since I touched it? It can't have been that long. Yeah, we're way too far back. Oh no, it has to be have more recent. I took it down because people were spamming it so hard. Yeah, Joltik, here it is. Cool. I want source, middleware. Let's make the redirection part work first. Or since I'm not rewriting everything, I'm more and more tempted to grab this repo and make changes to it rather than start from scratch. But I'll do piece by piece for now. Let's grab this guy, hop into, need to make a new middleware TS, where.ts, and put in page, put in source. Don't need that. And here, next fetch event, I don't care. In this guy, we fetch from the next auth, or not the next auth endpoint, the API/get URL endpoint, which I defined in here. Source pages API get URL. This guy is a very boring fetch from Prisma and return this stuff. But since this has to run on a Lambda, it's slow, and I cache the shit out of it because of that. So I'm going to yoink this still. But we're going to use it correctly. Pages API get URL / slug dot ts. We're not going to use Prisma, which means it's going to be very mad at me. I don't know why the rest of this is mad at me. Oh. Const get slug. And we can't use Prisma for this, but what we can use is the new Redis client. So let's, I'm already instantiating this in here. I will yoink these guys. Kill that because we don't need it. And here, we can, oh no, this is not where I actually want this. If I wanted to do it in the middleware, I can do it here, but I would like to be able to hit my cache and cache the data on a CDN that will still be faster. Oh, I wanted that. I want this here. And instead of what I was doing before, redis.get sure. Now we have a structure for things. And this is a promise of type unknown. And let's see. Okay, data is unknown. So I will just assume that this is either string or undefined. String or undefined. And now we know this has to be string or undefined. Console.log. And what I'll do really quick is a new setter endpoint. I'm just going to yoink all this, but I'm not going to do any of these things in here. Instead, I'm going to const something equals redis.set URL test HTTPS T3GG. Need to await this. And then return res.json. This will let me quickly set one thing so I can use that to test against. And I also just realized this is going to be null, not undefined. So we'll do that there. And now I should be able to localhost 3000 / API setter. The response was okay, which means that should now have worked. And if I API/get slug test, I'll get URL. Nice. Do you see how fast that is? Let's take a look at that like response time, because that's insane. I might not actually need to do the CDN caching if that's going to be how fast that is. So this is like, remember, this is actually hitting Redis, like making a request to the server and then coming back in 37 milliseconds. That is insane. I don't necessarily know if I need to cache this. Oh, no, that's because it is cached, actually. That's why that's happening. If I remove these, so it's not cached. Let's see how fast it is. Okay, maybe it wasn't caching locally. Insanity. Yeah, honestly, I say we just deploy it without the cache and see what the performance is like compared to a cached solution with Prisma. Yeah, I like that. This will be a fun test. To do, add these back after perf testing. Cool. Should probably actually make sure the redirect works. I go to middleware. Oh, that's returning in the shape of URL. So let's do that here because we JSON it. URL data. Cool. Now it's coming back in the right shape. And theoretically, if I do /test, why is that? Where API get URL console.log slug fetch. Feels like the middleware isn't even running. It isn't running. Great. Oh, that's infinite redirecting probably. I don't think the matcher pattern is smart enough to do that. If it is, I'll be very happy, but I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. That isn't running. Looks like we're closing a bunch of tabs and then going to the next docs again. Let's make sure all these are closed. Next, middleware. Next, middleware, matching. Matcher. I wish it would like give me more matching. So this is like every path is resolved with it, but it doesn't show me what matcher syntaxes work here. That's the thing that's missing. The other problem is the path that it's looking for doesn't exist. So actually that might work. Let's try that. Export default function empty. Turn div empty. And that should now match that. And it doesn't match that. That's what I expected. So the middleware can run a matcher, but it, God damn, let me see my terminal. It's not actually running the middleware, even though that matches, because this match syntax is not as verbose as the paths that you can define. It's just not that smart. Which means what we have to do is early escape on certain conditions. God, I hate that because the old middleware file-based pattern sucked. This isn't better enough, and it should be. And that's annoying to me. This also means that the link shortener is broken in prod. Here's what we're going to have to do. Path star, and at the top here, if request dot next URL dot path name dot starts with /API, return. And it's not escaping X, doesn't need to, but if I go to the /test, I missed a colon in the matcher. That sounds right. Yep. Thank you. Cool. That's progress. Yeah, data came back as null. That's very much progress. Why did data come back as null? Let's run that again quick. Oh, interesting. So data comes back as null, and that happens in here. Let's console log the slug we're working with then. Let's see. It's not doing that. Why wouldn't it do that? No, it's not a question mark in data. If I delete that and quote it. Okay, how is this running and not that then? Beginning to think I have another bad .next environment. Let's kill that. Okay, here are the... Oh. That's what's happening. Everything is being redirected. It's... God, I hate this. I only want to match if it is /thing and there isn't a match already. Does next URL let you know if it already has a match for something? Or request.next URL dot. Does this have like it has a page of some form type check here? I will try this, Tavin. Thank you. Oh, of course that doesn't work. I didn't finish writing that. Still the set cookie thing. I feel like there's so many paths in there that are going to fail inherently. Like the underscore SSG manifest, like those requests. I am excluding if API. I need to exclude so many other things. The problem is I only want this to run effectively on this and nothing else. So return context.next. I can return context.next here. Yeah, all of these are redirects, so. Why do I need it at the root? because I don't want to have a special URL that's like /shorten. Like, I can do that if you guys really want me to make the world's worst URL shortener. I'm not doing that. That's not happening. Let me just console log everything I get back from this. Somebody asked if I could put slug in a folder and match that. Sadly, no, because middleware as file systems no longer works. You can't put middleware deeper and have it only run on certain things. That feature's been removed. So no, I can't do that as much as I would like to. Yep, so that works, because of course it does. What I want to find in here, and I'm probably going to dox myself 100 times with my IP address and shit in here, and all of the cookies I have on my local environment. Whatever. Because I want to find any value in here. I don't actually want all of that. I just want next URL. Who am I kidding? Search params. Path name is session. Path name is favicon. The first one is request what I want. Localhost 3000. Okay, if I do the /slug now, let's see what it looks up. I need to close, clear, clear, clear. And the request. This is so annoying. Okay, I need this to be usable. So if request.next URL.path name includes test. Search slug equals text. I wish it was that simple where I could just rely on that, but nothing in here indicates what I need to know. This is so bad. I hate Next middleware. It's one of those things that it seems so useful. And every single time I have ever tried to use Next middleware, it did not do what I needed to. Every single time. I honestly thought these changes would solve my problems, and they've made them worse somehow. I am just baffled. So here's what we're going to do now. And it sucks to have to do it this way, but I want to keep the show moving. The URLs are going to be like this. A /s URL is what this will run on. And if it's not a /s URL, it's not going to run. Because this is the only way I'm going to make this work right now using Next's terrible middleware patterns. And I hope that this gets clipped and sent to people there, because the middleware it's unusable. It's actually unusable. So if I /s/ here, cool. That's a new issue. Well, it's the same issue, but theoretically, oh, it actually fetched the data and everything correctly that time. So let's figure out what it's mad about with cookies. Oh, wait, slug. Let me console log. Console.log. Did we get what we need here? Data. Oh, that appears to have worked. Test. Cool. Yay. Made that part work. I can deploy this quick. No, I can't really do a good perf comparison trivially, actually, because I don't have the other one deployed and working. I do want to do more perf testing and comparisons against all of this stuff. I am... It's hilarious that because of how good Upstash is, I spent almost no time on the Upstash part here and just the rest of it fighting Next.js, story of my life. But the setter is actually this simple. I could go make it in TRPC super quick to do like one last thing. Let's do that quick. TRPC, no, I need that server. So here's how easy it is to add a new, I'll just put an example router, to make a thing that handles your next, or that allows you to make a new URL. Mutation, make new short link, input z.object, URL z.string.url, async resolve. Gonna need input and context here. I should probably have shared this Redis instance, but I'm lazy. I'll just make a new one. It's only ever going to run once on anything, so I'm going to edge run everything in the future. And here, const res equals await. Oh, I need to pick a slug too. So slug z.string. Should probably validate that this doesn't have like escapable characters and shit in it, but we'll do that later. Input.slug. Put URL, and we return res. Cool. Now I have a mutation that I can call, enter a URL and the slug for it, and that should add that to DB. Well, Redis, same difference. I could even validate that this is auth. So if no context.user, throw, I guess it's session. There. Now it doesn't work if you're not authed. Nice and easy. See how absurdly easy Upstash Redis makes these types of things? If you just want to set a value and access it super quick, you can do that pretty easily. I immensely regret not taking the other project and adding in Redis, because when setting up a project, everything that goes wrong is the setting up of the project and the new things I want to try that aren't like the one thing. Upstash made this significantly easier than I expected, just from Upstash Redis, connect to this here, and now I'm done. It is trivial to do this and set these things up. And as I showed in the middleware for the, what's it called? Roundest, it is very easy to use this for use cases that other solutions are not anywhere near performant enough or scalable enough for. So like setting up a rate limiter using this was trivial and worked super well. Beyond pumped with the experience I've had with Upstash. Even though they were a sponsor, I do plan to keep using them because this was super cool and they were the least painful part of all of the chaos I just put myself through here. So I'll probably keep this part just in the VOD, but I will be uploading the rate limiter stuff as a separate YouTube video, hopefully by the end of this week. I think that's it for today's show. I had a lot of fun. Super pumped that we had Jack on. Super pumped that we got to play with all these cool things. Let's figure out who we're rating. I see who of my friends are online. Before anybody calls me for following out Amaranth, literally part of my job, she was using Ping a few days ago, and I was helping make sure the show went well. Now, Kisa's live. We'll probably be rating Kisa. You could rate Iron Mouse, or that'd be funny. A lot of my homies are live. This is more than I expect. Oh, we should raid Jamin. Yeah, we're raiding Jamin. This will be fun. He's a React Native wizard. If y'all want to learn more about React Native, that's the place to go. I'm also going to be live on Twitter in probably 10 to 15 minutes whenever Jacob starts a space. So if you want to hear me rant about more things and complain more about Next.js middleware, because that's absolutely what I'll be doing, the place for that is Jacob's Twitter. So I will link his Twitter here as well. Thank you all again for stopping by for another awesome stream. One more plug, actually, before I forget. I have a Patreon now. Exclamation point Patreon. T3.gg/links has it really high up here. It is you have two options for $5 or I guess it's right there. I have the $5 a month tier. It's basically like subscribing on Twitch or YouTube. It gives you access to the sub-only channels. Patreon takes an 8% cut instead of the 50% that Twitch takes, so it's way better for me. There's also the $25 a month tier, which is the same as tier 3 subbing. Gets you access to the T3 club, lets you at me directly. And if anybody subs on here and DMs me through Patreon, I will respond to it. It might take me a bit, but I will absolutely respond to any messages I get on here. On top of all of that, I post new videos early on Patreon. So if you want early access to your next app is too big, to getting your errors in Next.js, and I'm going to post another early talk on here later today. So make sure you subscribe on Patreon if you haven't yet, if you want early access to my videos and you want to support me more directly. Patreon.com/t3.gg is the direct link, or Patreon command in chat. I will send that over on YouTube chat as well super quick. Anyways, raid's about to go through, so see you guys later this week or next week and on Twitter. Tell Jamin I said hey.